لعبة الايكورد وناصر حكينا انه هو اللي حيكون المفتاح. ناصر وهيرو وفعلا نابو. يا ولد يا نابو، يا ولد يا نابو، يا ولد يا نابو، لو كان الابداع رجل لشكرته يا نابو.
Hello and welcome back to PMPL Arabia. My name is John Allen. With me, Blank, as always. We are going to be getting right into the action. It's going to be a great day, the final day, in fact, of the first Super Weekend. And remember, upgrade performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphone for PUBG Mobile, Middle East and Africa Esports in 2021. Well, we've had a pretty early streak out at the top there coming through from Galaxy Racer. Do you think anyone's going to be able to catch them up on the tables, Blank?
Not this weekend. Not this weekend, that's for sure. Unless someone has an absolutely ridiculous day today, I don't think it's really possible, especially for them being around about 65 points ahead of absolutely anyone else in the lobby right now. KURD Squad, I was going to say a close second. It's really not a close second. It's quite a far behind second, in fact, with 97 points. So not quite hit those triple digits as of yet. Really, right now, streaking out is definitely the best way to describe Galaxy Racer. Yet yesterday, in their final two matches, 2 10th places. A little bit unfortunate for them. But I think when you get to the end of a long day like that, where you've had 2 chicken dinners that day too, I think it's pretty acceptable to have some off games. And maybe those games where you don't perform to your maximum potential.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see if they can keep it on going today, but we'll be getting into the tables and all of that standings later. Let's take a look at the format that we're going to be using for the tournament. Of course, it's going to be the league play days that qualify you for the Super Weekends that we're currently in. We're in that first Super Weekend, and then the top 16 teams from those Super Weekends will end up going to the finals at the end of the month, which is a pretty great position to be in if you want to get to those top 16, if you want to qualify further into the ecosystem. That's how you're going to do it.
Absolutely, John. And here is our tournament format next on our screens here. This is just what's going to be happening over the next month of September into the very beginning of October. We've gone over this before, guys. If you are new here, here's just a quick breakdown. September, we're going to have our league plays. Then we're going to head into our super weekends, which you can catch at the same times as you've watched these ones. And anyone who makes it through the top 16 super weekends, like we said, make it through to those grand finals right at the beginning of October and right at the end of September, consisting of just 3 days. But we will have 6 matches per day. So that's a total of 18 matches to catch. So definitely don't miss that one.
You don't want to be on the missing end of that. Let's take a look at the point system that we're going to be using. If you're a PUBG Mobile fan, you'll know it, you'll love it. First place, 15 points. In those chicken dinner wins, you will be getting those 15 placement points, and then each kill you get on top of that, that's 1 extra bonus point, and it descends from there, as you can see on your screens.
That it does, John, and it's actually been really interesting, this point format coming through, especially in this tournament of PMPL Arabia. We've had some teams which have absolutely been striking out in terms of kill points, which have kept them in the running. I'm looking at teams like RICO Infinity Team, sadly down there in 11th place, but with 71 points, majority of their points coming through from kills very early on into this super weekend, and they're continuing to do that as we head on through. So good stuff to them, and hopefully they can start to make up towards the top of the table, especially with there only really being a 20-point gap between 11th place and 2nd place at the moment.
You want to be getting as many as those points scrabbled towards your total as possible, because it's a lot of money on the line here in the prize pool. $150,000 total, 45 of those thousands. I mean, there's so many, I start to even think in thousands.
Nice.
45,000 there is just for winner chicken dinners in the super weekends, which means that we've already given out $10,000 in the last 2 days of gameplay, and there's plenty more still to come. And of course, over in those finals, that champion spot will be another $10,000.
And again, for league play, $2,500 for each team just for turning up. So again, whatever happens, if you make it to a PMPL, you will be rewarded for your efforts. So honestly, if you're starting for PMCO, next registration, definitely do. If you think you've got what it takes to make it to the PMPL, there are prizes on the line, there's glory to be had, and there are further tournaments in the future to win as well. But again, $150,000, that's huge right now. And our final breakdown, you can see that on the right side of our screen there, John.
Yeah, you've got all of those places. Let's take a look at today's schedule that we've got coming up. The maps that you know and love: Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, Erangel. A bookend of Erangel with one slipped right in the middle. What is that? A double-decker sandwich of Erangel? I think I'll go with that one. Miramar and Sanhok to be the filling there. And we're going to be getting on with that today, as we have every other Super Weekend day.
Yeah, that's the, like, what was it called? The big censored but sandwich there that we've got coming through. So that's what you like to see. I'm happy to have that on the table as well for Erangel 3 times a day. Finishing the day and starting the day Erangel is always really nice, very comfortable map that a lot of these teams have played before, as well as Sanhok towards the end of the day. You know, that's also nice for me, because you play Sanhok, you're like, this is it's a bit of an iffy format where sometimes, you know, a lot of luck can be involved in that map, as well as, you know, some strenuous scouting during. But you have your more consistent maps towards the beginning of the day, with Miramar as our second map coming through. Honestly, though, John, it's already been a really good Super Weekend. We see some fantastic action. If you guys missed yesterday, there is one specific map I would suggest you go take a look at, which is the Miramar, where we had Galaxy Racers versus K12 in those very final moments where Ali was almost able to make the 1v4 happen versus Galaxy Racers of all people, which was very, very fun to watch. And we ended up seeing a little body block in the end, where a pan almost got thrown at someone, which would have been very unfortunate, very brutal, in fact. But I was rooting for him all the way.
Yeah, it certainly would have been one for the TikTok clips, wouldn't it, if you were able to make it happen. But we are going to be going to a short break. When we come back, it will be the pre-game for map number 1. It will be Erangel, and the final day of the first Super Weekend will kick off. We'll see you in a few.
Mr. DJ. Yeah, this. New Royale Pass version. Royale Pass month now available. So what's changed with RPM? Let's go through it together. First, the duration has been adjusted. Royale Pass month seasons have been reduced from 2 months to 1 month, meaning that you'll see new and different RP content every month. It also means you'll no longer have to wait 2 months if you don't like the current RPM rewards. Perhaps next month's RP rewards will better suit your taste. Also, the level cap has been cut in half from 100 to 50 to coincide with the shortened Royal Pass month seasons, meaning that shorter RPM seasons will not impact leveling or collecting rewards. You should pay attention to the RP missions. There will be some bonus RP point events that will allow you to accumulate more RPM points and level up quicker in the next season. Second, rewards have been adjusted. The new Royal Pass month will have better rewards than before. In the past, Elite Pass holders could only choose one of 2 legendary outfits when they reached max level. In the new version, Elite Pass holders receive both outfits when they reach max level. What's more, we've also adjusted the number of outfits available and added weapon finishes, vehicle finishes, airplane finishes, parachutes, emotes, and other commercialized items in the new version. These adjustments will definitely add value to your Royal Pass month. Free pass holders also get a rewards boost. Now, free pass holders will get rewards for every level up, including outfits and weapon finishes. Free pass holders will also have a chance to receive RP vouchers worth 60 UC to use when purchasing their next Elite Pass. In the past, players receive rewards worth 30,000 UC when reaching max level in the Royale Pass over 2 months. With the update to Royale Pass month, players will now receive rewards worth 40,000 UC when reaching max level over 2 months. That's a 33% increase in value. Finally, the price has been adjusted. We adjusted the pricing of Royale Pass month, along with other changes. Elite Pass has been reduced from 600 UC to 360 UC, and Elite Pass Plus has been reduced from 1800 UC to 960 UC. You may be wondering why the new price isn't 300 UC. Let us show you step by step how to participate in Royale Pass month forever with just 300 UC, while earning UC in the process. First, you'll need to get RP vouchers. Free pass holders receive a 60 UC RP voucher at level 30. The voucher can be used to deduct 60 UC for the next RPM. If you reinvest the 360 UC received into the next season, you'll have a free Elite Pass Plus 60 UC every month. Now that's a stable income. You can also follow and join our RP pre-order events to get even more discounts and earn more rewards. Overall, the new Royale Pass month is more flexible and affordable, while providing more than before and offering more rewards. Have we piqued your interest? What are you waiting for? Get started now with the Royale Pass month.
Hello and welcome back, PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia. John Allen and Blank coming here with you. Blank's having a little bit of a stretch. He's limbering up here for the first game of the day. Getting into Erangel, we're going to be looking at just what we've got for us today on the smorgasbord of action that I'm sure we're yet to see. But before we kick off, let's take a quick look at the standings that we have for the overall setup for the teams as they stand at the moment. Galaxy Racer right there up at the top. I mean, you spoke about it a little bit earlier, Blank. Pretty poggers.
Yeah, I was actually curious how many times you were going to be able to fit standing into that little string of a sentence you put together there. So good job to you, honestly. A standing order indeed. I am currently in a sitting order in my chair, and that's why I'm doing a little bit of a stretch. And I think a lot of these teams are starting to stretch as well. As no, none of that standing business, none of that. But yeah, a lot of these teams are starting to limber up themselves, stretching, making sure all the muscles are ready and raring to go in these games. KURD squad there, 97 points. You know, this is a team where I feel like they do very well and sometimes slip up at times. We saw them yesterday, especially on that final Erangel game where we were just north of Rozhok over the side of the river, which was a really awkward one, but a very fun game to say the least. A little bit unfortunate for them where they lost one player. Then again, YaLLa Esports in 10th place, they had an absolute blinder as well, where we had a case that Lusail Esports would have taken one of their players when realistically, I don't think Lusail Esports should have ever won that match from the actual bank, but they must have been chuffed to bits to make it happen. Currently in 9th place now with the 74 points on board.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, you do kind of expect a team like Galaxy Racer to be able to get to the top of these tables. You know, previously going by guns and having performed so well in the EMEA regionals as well in the past, coming second over there. You know, this is a team that has that caliber, right? That has that champion caliber, and at the moment they are really showing everyone else how it's done. Hopefully some lessons to be learnt for the other squads, though. And obviously after 2 days of gameplay, you hope that a lot of these other squads on your screen right now are going to be able to start to get those notes incorporated into their gameplay and restructure maybe a little bit around what they're doing and sort of figure out that meta and find their feet here.
Yeah, another team we can just see on the screen there, right in the middle, NASR Esports. Yesterday, a 4th place and a 3rd place to round the day out for the Sanhok as well as Erangel. I believe it was Batika both times as well, getting those positions for himself. So 4th place on that Sanhok, snaking it all the way to the end, as well as on the Erangel. So honestly, NASR Esports, a few of the other teammates there might need to help the boy Batika out. So just a little bit unfortunate, but they did step it up just a little bit towards the end of the day. And I think that's a lot to do with those rotations we were talking about right at the beginning of the Super Weekend, where NASR feel like they can make the correct decisions when they need to. It just sometimes there's some small mistakes which tend to rattle down the rest of the cage when it comes towards the end of the game there, where they'll lose one player, that'll cause them to over-rotate somewhere. Then they'll get into a fight they didn't want to get into, down to 2 players now, and then from there it's kind of a shambles. So I think NASR just need to eliminate some of these early mistakes in the game, which are going to really force the issue towards the end, where they'll be able to play it as a 4-man. And they looked fantastic as a 4-man, especially the beginning of the day yesterday, where they got that first place with 15 kills during that field finish. Honestly, that looked perfect to me. They played it smartly. They had the full US setup. So very, very good stuff to them. So that's what I want to see more, eliminating those early mistakes. And I think NASR really could actually shoot to the top of the tables here. Not quite to the Galaxy Racer top, but at least put themselves in a great position next Super Weekend to even overtake Galaxy Racer.
I mean, a team that really was second place at the end of the first day, right? KURD 12 Esports. They slipped down. They didn't have the greatest day. I mean, they started off fine, second place, 5 kills. That's great, sure.
Yeah.
But then it was 12th, 7th, 8th. And that's sort of not what we come to expect from this team, making some good rotations, being able to find those little spots where they were staying out of the action a little bit more than maybe some of the other teams. Obviously, there are exceptions to that in their performances, but I feel like this was a team that has had better and can do better. The question is, once people read them, are they going to be able to keep doing that? And maybe that's what happened towards the end of yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, still yet to get themselves a chicken dinner as well for KURD 12 squad. They're on that position where they're hitting a lot of second places, not able to squeeze out the rest of the game. So a lot of lurkings involved towards the end of the game. I think we've seen that where they're playing just on the edge side of the circle, whereas you've got teams like Galaxy Racer or even Vibes who really take very early positions within the center of the circle and set themselves up for success in the end game. I think Vibes haven't quite figured it out towards that end side to be able to close things out with Galaxy Racer. Obviously, they've got it down to a pat. I think KURD 12 squad can just give themselves a little bit more confidence to take those positions. Perhaps they put themselves in a much better stead in the end game to actually be able to close out those matches, because I don't think you get 3 second places and 1 third place over a very short amount of time without having the skill to make it happen. That's not something that just happens off a fluke. So I do think that K12 can do better, and I think you're completely right. We just expect a little bit more from them.
I mean, we say better, right? They're still third place with 93 points. They're doing just fine, but that's mostly off the back of that first day of performance. And in a similar vein, NASR coming up towards that 5th place, being on 88 points, only 5 points behind K12. They had that on the back of their second day performance. And if you ask me, I feel like having the momentum is a little bit better in these spots.
Oh, especially when you have a 3-day stint of Super Weekends. Like, I would much rather turn up at the end of the second day and come into my final day feeling really good about it, because by the end of the day, that's it, it's over, we're back to league play now, so you can just give it everything you've got in that final day to try and get as many points as possible on board. So that really, to me, is a good standard to be on if you are NASR. Like, you're feeling confident now. You've got a little bit more of that idea of how you want to play. Whereas, if you have that first good day and then you have a second bad day, you're constantly on that edge where you're like, I'm trying to figure out what went so well on that first day that we can kind of replicate now, because things have really gone downhill. So you're kind of grasping at straws, where if NASR, they've already got the winning product, now they just need to refine it.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a difficult task, right? And obviously, with this being the last day, it might be a little bit nervous to try and keep this one going, because anything can happen, and you might not even make it to the next Super Weekend. I think there was a couple of instances I can recall where one of the top 5 teams didn't make it into that next Super Weekend. So anything can happen, and getting as many points on the cards as soon as you can is of the utmost importance. So nerves potentially could play a little bit of a factor here. But I feel like it's teams like YaLLa who didn't have the greatest first day. They had some pretty shoddy performances towards the end of that first day. They came into that second day and felt a little bit more, not like standout, but they felt solid. And that's where they find themselves, right? Bang in the middle, 8th place right now.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you've got to remember that YaLLa also missed out on a game yesterday that they were unable to play, which is the first Erangel, and still making it to 8th place despite all that is pretty damn good, really. So, they had that 3rd place and a 4th place on that first day. But one thing to really take a good note of is actually their kill points during these games. They have a 4th place with 9 kills. That doesn't happen very often because you're going out quite early into the game. You might think 4th place is quite far in, but that's around about I'd say 18, 17-minute death point. So they've made a lot happen. So it's a kill every 2 minutes for them. And then they get 2 kills in their 14th place, 4 kills in their 5th place, into a nice 8 kills on their 2nd place, with a really awkward circle, by the way, to the north of Rodok. So to make that happen was extremely good. So I think that YaLLa really can have a great day today. Despite being in 8th place, they feel a lot more comfortable. I think that confidence is coming back to them, and they're playing a lot of their fights much smarter. I think yesterday saw a fair few Erangels where they would take fights and then reset, go elsewhere. And I think that is really what they need to do a little bit more often, because I feel like they do really force themselves into a big problem during that mid game. Whereas, when they do well, it's when they've decided, this is a position we want to take on the map. Let's go hold it down. Let's take a strong compound instead of getting caught up in some weird fights along the way to it.
Yeah, for sure. I think that they can certainly do a lot more than we've seen from them so far. I mean, as evidenced by the league play, right? They qualified YaLLa in top position during league play with 120 points over 10 games. So they have it in their back pocket. They have got that potential, but we just haven't seen it here in the Super Weekends.
No, not yet. And I think that there's teams like Lusail who have really stepped it up in the past couple of days, but really this is going to be an explosive final day to our Super Weekend, already opening up here in match number 1, Super Weekend 1, day number 3. So our final day of this Super Weekend before we head back to league play and decide who actually gets to remain in the next Super Weekend as well. So here we have our playing path heading across Multipower all the way up to Severny. So you know that KURD's going to be dropping out quite late here to get up towards Severny, but RTG can get down here nice and quickly.
It's the teams in Georgia Pole that I'm going to be interested to see what sort of strategy they're going to employ, right? Because this is a late drop to George. You're going to have to rotate quite far. And then if the circle doesn't go your way, there could be a little bit of a traffic problem as you try and move your way through. So it's a pretty risky drop to go to Georgia Pole, even though it feels like it's quite close to this plane path. You might see some teams relocate towards the center of the map. I mean, if there's one place I'm looking at, it's around school and apartments, right? NASR are being afforded the entirety of that for the entirety of 2 days.
Yeah, no one seems to challenge them there. I think most people have figured out where they want to play on the map, and at this point I don't think anyone's going to challenge NASR anyway, because it is a position that they're so comfortable with now. Galaxy Racers take a Pachinki. They're extremely happy with this position. They don't have to move out from it at all. And Lusail probably will grab some vehicles and head down to Georgia Pole. Very eastern circle though, so Falcons will be having this from Yasnaya, be able to get looted up nice and early and decide where they want to head from there. Great compounds in this area as well. So as opposed to the western side of the map, where the compounds, there's a fair few little ones here and there where you can play. Over on this side of the map, there is much stronger compounds where you can decide to go there and have a great game off the back of them.
Road to Glory at the moment are Milta team and stretching all the way up towards the Povka as well. So they've got the entirety of the eastern coast really under their purview. And what that's going to do is potentially give them the ability to hinder teams like Triple Vibes, like Real Tiger 9, Twisted Minds, Fate as well down on that side. If they opt to go for the eastern rotation, it could prove to be pretty tricky. But at the moment, Road to Glory haven't really been able to put up that much of a fight.
No, I think that Road to Glory floundering a lot of times during fights. Like, you can forgive a lot what they do if it wasn't a case that when we see Road to Glory in fights, it feels like the decision making is so poor. Because I mean, yesterday we saw, I think it was Messi from the team just driving around in circles during a fight, so unsure what he needed to do in there. And I think that is a lot of the pressure that comes down on you at the end of the day, and I think that's fair enough. But Road to Glory just don't really seem like a team that's able to put up much performance at all so far. Currently on 24 points, and ABIAH just not even on our map at the moment. We haven't talked about them at all. Currently sat down in 16th place with 21 points.
Yeah, they just haven't had a stand-up performance, and it's not even felt like they've I haven't noticed them doing badly, right? But I haven't. Obviously, they haven't been able to get those points on board. So it feels like they're just providing little to no resistance for a lot of these teams to be moving through. YaLLa kicked things off with a nade and a cheeky little spray down. A little scuffle for the kill point, but it ends up going to... actually, who did manage to pick that one up? I think that might have been a little bit of a sneaky take there from Bandar.
Oh, I think it was Bandar's nade, so kind of deserved the kill as well. You give it to him. I think during our second day, we had an Erangel. I think it was the second day, it was the NASR win, where ABIAH Esports, they'd grabbed the tractor position with the hay bales just outside of Chopsticks, which is a great spot, but you need to be able to take fights with teams around you to prevent them getting close to your position. I think Bigatron play that position quite often as well. But ABIAH just sat there, and it just allowed so many teams to get so close that they just got naded to death. And that could have been a great game for them because they would directly slam in the center of that circle. So, yeah, ABIAH just need to... I don't know. I don't know what ABIAH need to do. I want to give advice, but at this point in time, I really can't.
It's difficult, isn't it? It's never easy, and I mean that's why they're in the teams, and why they're these professional players, and we're stuck here casting maybe, but they must have some sort of idea. They have to if they want to keep on going, because just plodding along won't get you too far when you've got people sprinting around your ears.
Well, exactly, John, exactly. I think that at this point in time, though, during the Super Weekend, we're going to see a lot more calculated play, purely because a lot of these teams will now have a better understanding of where teams like to play on the maps. I think specifically looking at Miramar as well as Sanhok, I think Sanhok's going to be a lot less hectic for us today, purely because, you only had two games of Miramar and Sanhok so far, and Sanhok's so fast-paced that it's hard to get anything down anyway. Miramar, you can kind of figure out what's going on during that first game, but after the second one, you come into Super Weekend Day 3, and you're like, okay, I know the rotate paths I can take, which are going to be relatively safe to get around the map. And we've had really kind circles on Miramar so far, so today might be something a little bit crazy, in which case, those rotational paths and finding out where those gaps are in the map are going to be really important to these teams.
Georgia Pole continues to be looted up. Not really going to want to spend too much more time here for Lusail. But they will start to pick things up. Maybe they're just getting through these buildings and then they'll get on their way. But they need to get those vehicles in tow because there's a lot of teams out to their east that will try and stop them from moving into those circles. Triple Vibes, they're on the military island. And again, they are yet to move on their looting phase. Looks like they are just starting to mount up and get out of there, start to move across a westerly movement. I'm not entirely sure if they're going to go for that western bridge, but potentially a little bit more intelligent to do so because there's going to be a lot more teams on that eastern side given where the plane path was.
Yeah, exactly. I think maybe taking the western bridge is a good idea here, but to be fair, it depends how many people are guarding outside of the eastern bridge, really. And with Road to Glory playing position around Milter and Falcon in Milter itself, I think you could... I mean, it's Fate actually in Milter itself. I think you could quite easily get yourself out of that eastern bridge and start to make headways into the map. Kind of unfortunate for Vibes yesterday, the final game of Erangel where they got taken down by Cryptics, who also dropped on top of them, but this time they have the entirety C block to themselves here, so they can loot up pretty calmly, pretty safely.
Just keep it all crossed I's and dotted T's, or the other way around, depending on
Yeah, I mean,
grammar.
that's not cool. I don't want that. What kind of handwriting's that you've got there?
I'm gonna come around to your house and I'm gonna cross all your I's and dot all your T's, and then what?
Then what you would do?
Huh?
To be fair, if you dotted my T's, they would just be I's.
With a little hat.
Yeah.
Or like shoulder pads. It's an eye with a shoulder pad.
You'd have they'd be the exact same character then.
Do you think? It might be.
Yeah,
I mean, one would be shorter, right? What, your eyes are as tall as your T's?
Yes.
Okay, that's weird.
Are you crazy?
No. You're being weird now.
You're being weird. Stop it now.
No. You're definitely being weird.
Why have you got like...
Triple Vibes, I just want to say, Triple Vibes did go for the Western Bridge here. K12 going to try and guard it. Not quite able to get the spray down to Framer, but he's into the blue now. So needs to get a hurry on. It's only first phase, so not going to be able to do too much damage to him. But they get one through, and the rest of the Triple Vibes do stop dead.
I can't get over the fact that you've got arbitrary sizing rules for your different consonants. That makes no sense.
A lowercase I is definitely way shorter than a lowercase t.
No, it's the same size. You crazy
It's
man.
not. It's not. With the dot, I mean, sure, the dot goes towards the top of the T. That makes them the same height, but I'm talking about the body of the thing. Triple Vibes locked in combat, though, with K12. And it's the body of the fight for them. A lot of damage going through on the ticks, but both teams lose one player. Toxin now standing, gets out of the warehouse as backup arrives for K12. But similarly, Vibes have someone over the hill. One shot doesn't really want to take the fight, but actually K12 don't really give him a choice. Has to hop out of the UAZ, wants to get the spray downs at range. There's 3 players alive on both teams, but a forward position going down there for Toxin is really disastrous. Probably going to put them down to 2. Triple Vibes wants to get out of dodge here, but they're going to have to do so with only the 2 of them remaining.
Yeah, I think this is why I was saying that the Western Bridge is probably not the best idea for you, because most of the teams will be rotating from that side, so you're going to get caught up in the clump. And even if you do go for this Western rotate, right, my first decision is not to crash the first people I see. My decision is to try and get further into the map, to a position with a bit of high ground, and try and scout from there, figure out where exactly the teams are, and then go onwards. So I think this is something that Vibes do way too often, which is they don't really play for the next 5 minutes. It's just a case of they see someone, then try and rotate on them as fast as possible and take the fight, which has worked out great for K12 because they pick up some points. Obviously, I've lost one player, which is a bit annoying for them, but I don't think I would have expected Vibes just dropping on the warehouse like that either.
No, I mean, it is a little bit unconventional, like having your eyes as tall as your T's, but it's, you know, sometimes you just got to do it. Sometimes you just got to get it done, even if it is a little bit of a mistake. You know what, I wonder, do you have a little curly tail on your I's and your T's, or just one of them, or neither of them?
What are you talking about?
Like, you have a little loopy around to the right side when you go down, and then a little flick. Do you have that, or are you just like a straight cross for a T? Just send me a picture of your T's and your I's. I know.
I don't know. I'm starting to question my whole life right now. I'm trying to figure. I literally reached for a pencil because I was like, this is a situation that needs to be solved right now.
No, it is pretty pressing. I agree.
It is very pressing. Sure. I don't know. I do it. I do a little. I don't know if I do a curly thing on my T's. I'm so confused. Okay. God.
That's all right.
Why would you do this?
That's all right. Well, I like to make you think, Blank. I like to make you think. I mean, that's what you're here for, right? To think about.
Where's my pen?
Well, mostly about PUBG Mobile, but also about handwriting techniques, about, you know, whether the bottom of the ocean is ground or not. It's all these important questions that we answer here in the early stages of these games. Everyone's just getting to grips with the surroundings. Oh, I can hear him writing. I can hear the scribbles.
Okay, so I don't do a curly. I don't do a curly thing on the bottom of my T's. I just connect it. I connect it. I don't know what that's called. Like,
are you a joined up writer? Is that you?
I'm a joined up writer. Well, actually, I'm not even a joined. I'm like a half joined up writer. I'll join up some letters and I won't join up the others. But T's are a pretty constant joiner upper.
Okay, fair enough.
Anyway, maps on screen, so I really need to talk about this. Next circle heads up to Yasnaya Field. Ooh, dirty little circle here. That needs a wash. So a lot of these teams will be looking to move their way in as soon as possible. I wonder where Falcon are, because if you're Falcon, you're not still in Yasnaya, you're going to be kicking yourself in the teeth for that one, which is an incredible feat in of itself. But I would hope that that's what they would be doing in that situation. Falcon have moved down to the right side. I like this play. It's a good play, perfect play. Galaxy Racers drop up on some people. I wonder how many players Galaxy Racers still have left, because they're getting shot at from all angles.
They've got 4 alive, but Freak goes down and gets flushed, so they're down to 3. Lord low HP manages to find Sanctuary behind a tree. They are just going to have to try and pick up the pieces there. The other two players did make it a little bit further forwards, and Twisted Minds trying to move through. Galaxy Racer trying to stop them doing so, and so are KURD squad. But Twisted Minds, with 3 players alive, managed to get across the majority of the field, and there's Falcons. You saw that on the minimap on the eastern side of YaLLa there, so they are still somewhat in that town, but Destiny soon to fall.
Galaxy Racer dropped down to just 3 players. We know that Lord's not getting back up again because Ralph and Hamodi have certainly left him behind. Hamodi seems to be the resident medic for the team, but this time it's going to be Ralph who moves up. Oh, he's let him die.
Oh, dear.
That is a shame. That's very shameful from him. Twisted Minds, though, took some shots. I think that the rotate's very difficult there for Galaxy Racer for Pachinki. I think it would have been easier if they waited and kind of tried to domino their way into the circle itself, because you've got to let other teams get in to allow you a little bit of room to breathe on the edge of the circle. But I think Galaxy Racer is so determined to play center that in this situation, it all goes backwards for them.
Yeah, it's not ideal. It's not ideal. NASR, though, on the south edge, just moving through along this ridgeline and controlling the ground around them. Look at this split as well. They've got outposts in every which direction. And they've got some buildings to fall back to. I feel like NASR at the moment have a pretty decent spot. There's a team on their east that they might need to be worried about. That's YaLLa. But for now, they've got a pretty solid location.
Like they do. K12 just Reaver down. I mean, they lost a player earlier on to Vibes. RT9 have spotted this. Watch out towards them. I mean, they are inside the circle, so they don't really need to take this fight right now. I think if you are playing the circle, you're looking for a place to stay right now, because you know that if the circle moves across towards the fields, you want to be in the best position possible to move in and take residence so you can start fighting teams who come into it. Because if you're coming in last into those fields, especially on a vehicle, you're going to get shot down almost instantly. And then back up again for us. Vibes have decided that with the 2 players, they're going to make the gamble down towards the fields. But we get this nasty little circle that splits it right in half. So we've got the yin and yang. We've got the fields and the tree lines, with the road down the middle to split this one in half. So it could be an interesting endgame here where teams have got to decide how they want to play this one out. I do like Falcons' position, though. Nice high ground they've got there, watching down over the roads. You've got to be very careful for behind, though, because RICO Infinity team are already making their way in.
Trying to find some sort of opening. Lusail on the edge of the lake around YaLLa. They've spotted Faith, not taking shots just yet. Didn't really have a clean kill, and you don't want to give the game away too soon if you can help it. Visa. Oh no. This is that's a kill. That's a kill. And that's what you get for it, right? If you didn't get the confirmed kill on those 2 in the buggy, you weren't sure you were going to be able to find it. You've got that lineup, and you can pick up that point in another position, and that's exactly what they get.
Yeah, that's discipline right there. You're not sure you're going to get either of the guys in the vehicles moving too fast, but if you can coordinate fire on one dude, get the flush, it doesn't really matter at that point because the team's already down to 3 and they're not likely to turn around and take the fight with you after that. K12 still moving in from the eastern side. RT9, they have 1 forward scout there in Kapiyashi. He's done really good before, actually, at finding positions for the rest of his team to play, and they kind of just, you know, lasso onto him and get pulled along. K12 though making a big rotate right now down the south side of the circle. This could be a good play. In fact, if they can find a position to make their way in, they will have to almost certainly fight for it.
Obviously losing a player earlier, far from ideal in that fight along the way. In the midst of that all, by the way, Galaxy Racer did go down. So our top spot is once again down in the dirt, which is not ideal, especially when we were talking about how, you know, the end of yesterday wasn't strong from them.
Now, and starting off the beginning of the day not strong isn't great either. But again, Galaxy Racers, they started the beginning matches of the Super Weekend not amazingly, with 4th place and 2nd place. I mean, it's still good, isn't it, really? Let's be honest.
Not amazingly. I would say that's pretty amazing,
yeah,
to be able to...
pretty good. It is pretty good. I know, just by comparison to how Galaxy Racer have done so far, this is a bit of an outlier, isn't it, really? ABIAH Esports, this time they're actually taking fights, and they're trying to claim this spot, which is good. I like to see it. They have lost 1 player, though, but they're just striking out a little bit, and this is good because you're essentially forming a bubble around yourself to tell people this is where an area the team is in. It's dangerous here. Don't get a little bit too close because we'll be able to fight quite quickly. And the whole idea of holding that bubble around you is to prevent people from doing this, is getting into nade range where you can't really fight back because they're nading you from cover.
There's a team right in front of K12 as well. They're caught in a little bit of a snare here. It hasn't quite tripped just yet. NASR waiting in the wings to see what K12 are going to do in this spot to move through. You can see on the minimap on the top right, there's plenty of teams in Yasnaya Poliana main. Falcons probably have the best spot here, in my mind. They have the outskirts, and they can leave a little bit easier than those teams already in. You've got Fate, you've got YaLLa, you've got Real Tiger 9, and Cryptics, all in Yasnaya.
So now we drop down, and realistically, this could drop over to Yasnaya Fields, I think. So NASR are pretty happy with this one. They got it set up in a nice field finish yesterday, did extremely well because of it. I think you're right, though. Falcon had a really nice position. They still have a really nice position because they're covered by roads around them. So if anyone wants to get towards them, they have to use smokes. And using smokes is generally a good indication that the team's around you. So Falcon's going to get some fair warning beforehand. KURD squad finishes off Road to Glory. They're out in 16th, 15th, sorry. Galaxy Racers are a 16th player. I'm just used to it by now, sorry.
Yeah, it's alright, forgive me. But it's going to be KURD squad now taking control of this eastern flank. You have got one or two players to worry about from the south and southern side of them and looking to try and push on through. It's going to be RICO Infinity team a little bit further up to the north. KURD squad try and take that forward position. Further in, though, they're going to have to make their way because the circle does shift all the way in central, and all those teams on the south are going to have to push through, and the exodus will have to initiate from the Yasnaya teams.
Oh yeah, John. They'll have to leave. I think, again, we were saying before, NASR got a nice spot. Falcon starts taking shots over towards Lusail, who are trying to approach their position. I think Falcon sent out a couple of forward scouts there, which is great to see. K12 down to 2 now.
Down to 2 tires on the buggy as well.
Yeah, it's not moving very far. I think at this point in time, it's just used as cover.
Slightly maneuverable cover. I mean, fair enough. Twisted Minds taking heavy punishment at the back there. You can see that. KURD squad spot out their way. They are going to start to move as well. Twisted Minds getting eliminated as well, right in the foothills of ABIAH as well. As the push to the west comes through. KURD squad don't want to try and zone away RICO Infinity team. They just want to get into the circle and find position there. What? Okay.
It's a good play from YaLLa. We like to see it. That's on the northwest side of your screen there. You can see them. I think they definitely had to make that push. That was a really smart push from YaLLa. Now they have a little bit more room to play with to get down to the circle, but it's ARAM versus RICO Infinity team. Unknown's going to try and flush out as many players as possible. Wants to create chaos within this fight, John.
Coming forwards, moving in to try and get these knocks. Volt playing backstop, but that might be just about enough. On the ridgeline, you got one more player from RICO Infinity team. 3 players alive for KURD squad, and that's probably going to be enough to do it. Falcons still on the northern side. They tried to send forwards, and they have had a knock. Bomper finally going down near that supply drop. So they're down to 3 and still have to move, and actually getting pressure from all the sides as well. YaLLa, they've got the high ground, but not for much longer. They're probably going to have to leave this spot. The circle zones in yet again, and the teams on the south have the hardest time again.
Yeah, it's a great spot to take by YaLLa because they know that they can gatekeep anyone else playing inside of Yasnaya, and they're very close to this next circle that does pop on our screen right now. So they can get in. NASR's pretty put out by this one. They're down towards the south side. They're going to have to move up through open ground, and YaLLa has all these walls to deal with. So they have a lot of room to play up on that top side. Good stuff for them. With the smokes that they should have in terms of utility, they can get into a really good spot. The thing they're most lacking at the moment is vehicles, and not being able to create that impromptu cover later on is bad. Whereas KURD squad, they're hoarding all of the vehicles. They have pretty much an entire dealership over on that side of the map.
Yes, I mean, you know, you get a great... I'll do you a great deal on a used UAS. It's 2 kills for the price of 1. You know, well loved. But the nades potentially coming over the top into the dealership bunker. And they are going to have to reposition a little bit. RICO Infinity team finally taken down. The thorn in KURD squad's side will be alleviated for now. ABIAH Esports, though, 3 players alive for them. 3 players for KURD squad. They're going to look to try and play spoiler here. Not quite able to get the knock and get spotted on the hillside. great return there from KURD squad. I mean, it felt like they should have gone down there, but not quite able to get the sprays. ABIAH now down to 2 players.
Yeah. Arabia will be struggling there forward. Again, this is the thing where Arabia is not great at taking these fights during these later parts of the game where they start to get pressed down upon. And I think they've made themselves known to far too many different parts within the circle. YaLLa striking out down towards Arabia again, just trying to shoot out the vehicles. KURD squad slowly moving these vehicles forward. They can grab some V formations and slam these fields together and actually hit some good stuff. Aziz gets just run down underneath the T-Rex buggy.
Fair enough. I mean, you know, J9 just rolling on through. Fury Warrior right now. And YaLLa, in the meantime, they've been taking a little bit of a scuffle with Fate over in the city. They are going to have to leave a little bit further. K12 now forced into combat. Nades forwards towards NASR's position. And over the top, they do a lot of damage. The backstab's coming in as well. And NASR taking a lot of punishment right now. A lot of damage. And only one player standing tall, I believe, left on their squad. YaLLa potentially spotting them out across the way. A lot of damage being sent out across all of these fields as KURD squad, they take an E2.
This is really good from YaLLa. I think they were very happy with the way this circle panned out. They've dropped down some smokes. Now they're playing from that wall I talked about earlier. Falcons finally go down. I don't think they even knew what hit them. NASR might have just been given a get out of jail free card by YaLLa. I don't know how he's not hit aimbot.
Yeah, curious about that one, but aimbot not going to go down just yet. However, K12 lose yet another player. NASR regrouping now. And the shift again goes north. YaLLa going to be pretty happy about this, but I think Fate are probably in the best position here.
Yeah, Fate have got a really good spot. And also YaLLa will have to cross the road to get to them. I think that YaLLa needs to bide their time at this point. They can't make the same mistakes they made yesterday in Erangel, which is peeking out too early and too soon. They just need to wait this out for Fate to have to move, because these guys have got to get across pretty open ground as well as these roads. But the smokes are actually pretty good. This will provide enough time. Powerful moves forward in the situation. It's just 2 players from Fate Esports though, so they can contend with this.
Nades over the top of the smoke screen strong. They know that the players out in the field aren't going to step up too high because they'll just take each other down. But they're going to have to move themselves. And now YaLLa have put themselves in a crash spot. So potential for NASR or the remaining player from K12 to go out wide. But aimbot just wants to try and heal out in the zone. Try and get placements now for the squad. Guaranteed 5th already. And in comes the crash. NASR looking to mount up and around towards a little bit closer to YaLLa. Damage starting to tick away. And the DP ringing out lead over towards the hay bale. Nades as well around the side. That's going to blow up all the vehicles. Displace it, and it's going to throw everything to the 4 winds. And that's another knock. Hassan now low, and a long-range nade might just be enough. Looking for more to bubble it over. K12 finally going down. Wasn't quite able to out-heal the zone. And YaLLa, goodness me, dismantle the push coming through from NASR.
God, they pulled out the bazooka, but hang on a minute. Unknowns here with Fate Esports, dropped to the top side, didn't expect this one. And that's Fate out of it. Powerful did move up in the meantime.
Fate does go down to a nice little crunch. KURD squad take control of the tempo as they move up towards the roadblock, playing around that central tower there. 2 players alive for them, an unknown going down. This is looking better and better for YaLLa by the second. Volt nowhere to be seen near unknown. And the rest potentially coming through from NASR. This could be pretty good for NASR. If they can get some heal up, if they can move forwards and get position, it might just be what they're looking for. Volt now the main draw here. But NASR yet to make their move.
15 kills already coming through for YaLLa. So starting this one out with a bang. I feel like they're making up for lost time. Yusuf does go down to Miracle.
Here we go.
2v2 situation.
And there's NASR getting the heals off and actually moving all the way up to the ridgeline on the road. They've managed to do damage to Yusuf, and he will be going down as well. Probably able to get the res, but Volt, in the meantime, biding behind this tiny little ridgeline. A small haven of sanctuary, but not going to last too much longer. The zone will pressure them forwards, force them to take these fights. Smoke's being primed for NASR. They are only 2 players, but YaLLa really pressured behind this cover. Hassan getting spotted. Bandar looks for the spray. but can't quite find the final kill. Not going in either direction. As he makes it all the way up to the tree, Bandar swings out wide, gets spotted. Volt finally taken down, and now YaLLa trying to play up, trying to get the info, trying to play this 3 versus 2 and get the trades. Miracle just on the open road right now, running around, and Powerful doesn't want to take the fight. He goes out for the spray, goes out wide, finally goes down, and that's going to be YaLLa taking it back into control from the roadblock. They will be able to stop anyone else's dreams of getting that chicken dinner. It's going to be YaLLa all the way.
And it's been a roadblock for them throughout these super weekends, but finally bringing it back. Like I said, making up for lost time for yesterday in Erangel. They get 2 Erangels in 1, and even in fact, they break our kill record here for PMPL Arabia, hitting up with an ending of 18 kills total. So a ridiculously good game for them, and I think that should in fact bump them up to 2nd place from 8th.
It's pretty good stuff there. I mean, that's what you want to see from that 8th place. I mean, it was a pretty tight field there. Let's take a look at the MVP rankings from that last game to see who was the Death Dealer Supreme. Oh, sorry, no, we're going to the round rankings first. My mistake. And we are going to be looking at the top there. You're right. 18 kills in a 33-point game. YaLLa, they're out for blood.
YaLLa powerful, guys. 100%. KURD squad there, 13 kills for them as well. I think they made an excellent sweep across the map, getting kills where they could. NASR played it very slowly. I think they were under a lot of pressure from that south side. And 2 things could have happened there. We could have had a central circle, in which case it would have been much more even between YaLLa Esports as well as NASR, or south side shift, in which case NASR would have had the better position. But I think YaLLa took some excellent fights down towards the central, actually just the outskirts of NASR itself, picking up kills in buildings where they knew they could take high ground and gatekeep any other team coming out of NASR and fully take control of that northern edge. So overall, a very, very good game from YaLLa overall. The 2nd page, so hardly any points going to anyone here, which is really, really unfortunate.
I mean, there was so much at the top. I think it was, 22 points in 2nd place for KURD squad. So a great result for them. Was it KURD squad in 2nd, actually? I think it was, yeah. Able to get all the way up in there. Volt able to do some nice little finagling to get those points inbound for that 3rd. Sorry? Are you okay? MVP going up on the boards next, though. We are going to finally be able to see who was that Death Dealer Supreme round MVPs. Yusuf right at the top, and Bandar as well, but Volt sat there right in the middle with 6 kills.
Yeah, Volt playing really good backstop for KURD squad. Unfortunately going down in 3rd place, but with those kill points, they actually got bumping themselves into 2nd place overall of that last game. Really, really good stuff from them. I think that NASR actually had a really, really strong push towards YaLLa's position, where they were dropping down the smokes to cut off a lot of angles. And then Hassan just wasn't able to go wide enough. I do think a lot of that play was down to Powerful making the most bold play of his life, really just pushing out from the right side of that smoke where no one can refrag him from the side of YaLLa, but he's just so confident with that barrel in hand. So honestly, a big round of applause to that guy.
Yeah, able to do a lot of work for the squad. Let's take a look at the overall scores. Not quite able to get up into 2nd place, I don't believe, for YaLLa, but they are now within striking distance. This is the team that we saw qualifying in 1st, right? This is the team that we were expecting to be able to come into this one. Galaxy Racer still head and shoulders above everybody else, but they had a massive buffer to work with at the start of the day. That's been eaten into just a little by KURD squad. And now we have 5 teams who have broken that 100-point barrier all the way down to 5th.
So great stuff there. I think YaLLa, they've had a good game here, getting themselves up to 3rd place. And KURD squad, I think it was high time that they had to get that good game for themselves on board to prevent anyone else from catching up to them. But they've got themselves a sizable lead of about 13 points there behind YaLLa, which they can quite comfortably keep YaLLa at a distance with, if they keep having good games. 2nd place here, Paige, we're going to have Twisted Minds up with 83 points, continuing to do some good stuff here. And Falcons will drop another 5 points on top of their previous score, heading up to 30 points total.
Well, hey, look at that, though. ABIAH able to jump up from last place, up all the way into 15th to overtake Road to Glory at the bottom of the tables. And yeah, Road to Glory getting no points in that last game. ABIAH were able to get 1 or 2 more, able to get 7 points total. So fair enough. They're managing to get something on the board. And to be fair, as I keep saying, if they get into all 3 Super Weekends, that might be enough.
Yeah, exactly. That's enough to do it. Again, what you're looking for is to make it into the top 16 and then in the finals hit that top 5. So as long as you're consistent, you can make it further throughout the tournament structure, which is exactly what you want to see as any team here in this tournament for PMPL Arabia. We are starting to see some standout teams head towards the top, as well as YaLLa really bringing it back online. We mentioned yesterday that that's some good momentum they had, and we mentioned it again today, and it looks like that has come very much true here, where they've come back in that first place in Erangel game with a huge kill point game too. Overall, very happy to see it. And honestly, this is the kind of YaLLa that I want to continue to see, because they seem much more confident this time. And I was worried off the back of that last game in Erangel yesterday, they would feel a little bit downtrodden, because it was basically a game that was handed to them that slipped between their fingers.
Well, they have had one hell of a start to the day. They just need to keep on going. We're going to go to a short break. When we come back, it will be their second chance to shine on this day, in the final day of the first Super Weekend. Don't go anywhere.
Mr. DJ. وناصر حكينا انه هو اللي حيكون المفتاح. ناصر وهيرو. وفعلا نابو يا ولد يا نابو يا ولد يا نابو يا ولد يا نابو. لو كان الابداع رجل لشكرته يا نابو.
Welcome back to the PMPL Arabia. My name is John Allen Blank, with me as always, ever faithfully by my side. And of course, it's going to be Nemo TV as well, PUBG Mobile Pro League 2021 official media partner, where we're going to be getting into game number 2. It's going to be Miramar. It's going to be open positions. It's going to be rotational gameplay, and it's going to be a lot of vehicles getting on the road again.
I'm on the road again. Sorry, you have to do it when that's been said. I do feel like I am Donkey sometimes. Quite annoying, but you know, we get through it in the end.
Does that make me
I was trying to think of if Donkey had any like good traits, and I was like, I can't think of any good traits for Donkey. So perfect, it perfectly encapsulates me. But we are going to be into game on Miramar. Oh, he should leave now. He's completely done himself in. Yeah, but we're getting to Miramar very shortly. Should be a good game, honestly. Again, like I said, this is our third Miramar of the Super Weekend where we've got 16 teams all playing together in one place. So realistically, what this means is that teams should have done the homework, should have realized where exactly people are playing, and then those gaps in the map form, and you can figure out exactly where you need to go. I think that last map was very nice, though. Very fun to watch. And YaLLa getting that third place after what was not the greatest of starts to their Super Weekend is incredible. And we doubted them a little bit. I'll say I doubted them a little bit. And they've really come through in the end and shone in all lines of things.
Yeah, I mean, they have started to do pretty well. So we'll have to see what more we can do. Let's take a look at the overall standings real quick before we get into this game to just take a look at what is the current state of play. Galaxy Racer obviously still very much at the top there. KURD Squad and YaLLa Esports both having a great game. NASR as well, pretty decent towards the end there. They were able to sneak on through, but the field's still pretty tight. KURD Squad, to be fair, still with a pretty hefty point difference there, but I think 17 points from 3rd to 8th is really not that much.
It's really not. A lot can change here, and I think we're starting to see a lot of our standout teams. And I'll say that it's the first time in quite a long time that we've had a case that these top 8 teams are so closely in contention, because for 2nd place down to 8th place, there's not a team here that I think to myself, you know what, they don't deserve to be on this level, and they can't contend with any of the other teams here. It really is a very close race, and I know I'm saying that with Galaxy Racer with 163 points at the top, but even Galaxy Racer is starting to fall off a little bit now, and some of those mistakes they've made before are starting to show. I think that Galaxy Racers have a thing where, you know, they rotate into the circle as quickly as possible, get that center position, and play from there. We've seen a lot of teams do that before, and it's worked out quite nicely. But here, it's a case of in those other tournaments, people didn't really figure it out until the 2nd Super Weekend. Luckily, we've got some very, very smart teams here with some very, very smart analysts, all coaches, all players, indeed, who are all supporting themselves, who have figured out that this is the case, and they're all playing edge, and it's very, very closely knit around the side. So now, if Galaxy Racers want to rush into the circle, more than often, they're going to have 2 to 3 teams watching their rotate and spraying them down as they go, which is why they're losing players so early now. So I think Galaxy Racers managed to change things up a bit more cautious on those rotations. Clear example of that is yesterday on Sanhok, where we saw them just driving through the middle of the map, trying to find their way to the northeast side of the circle, which was bold. I'll use the word bold, maybe courageous, but also very dramatic. It did have a dramatic ending as well, where they all just got shot to bits. So that's a change that I want to see made. But again, it's lovely to see a lot of these teams and their different play styles forming. I think towards the top side, you do have KURD Squad, K12, 2 very aggressive teams. Then you have YaLLa as well as NASR. NASR's much more of this rotational-based team, like to hold it down with the 4 players, and then YaLLa, who has a bit of both. They have really good rotational play, as well as some really heavy fraggers on the team. I'm looking at Bandar and Powerful in particular.
Yeah, they've been able to start to stand up really pretty fantastically for the team. But they're going to have to do it again on Miramar if they want to keep that train going. And again, speaking of keeping it going, Galaxy Racer. That's what we're going to be looking for from them again in this game number 2 of the day. Looking to get them back on form. Not going out in 16th would be a great way to start. Even if, you finish 6th with 3 kills, that's fantastic to just keep that momentum building and building. You have to wonder what has gotten into them. What has changed over the last few games, the last day or two, because it's really not the same team that we were seeing before. They're going to have another few chances to do so today, and they've got one of them coming up right now. We're going to head over the skies in Miramar.
Heading straight through from the west side of the island here. I want to say island, but it's a huge place, realistically. You can see Los Egos down on your right side, and this is heading down all the way towards Puerto Periso. So this is going to be a bit of an awkward drop for a few of these teams at the moment, because honestly, getting towards that top side is where a lot of these teams' playgrounds is. Yes, we have a lot of teams that play on the west down towards Montenuevo, Picardo, Power Grid, El Pozo, but there are a fair few teams like play towards El Azahar, Cristobal, Junkyard. I'm looking specifically at Road to Glory, who are certainly going to have to change their drop spot here, because this map is just too big to make that jump out the plane in time.
It's very difficult to make it that far. Vehicle's certainly going to be crucial, though, here on Miramar, right? I mean, it's always the way. It's so open. There's a lot of ground to cover. You are going to need to be rotating well and fast in those vehicles. Get those buggies on board. There's a lot of treacherous terrain. The question for me is, where does the circle land? Because we've spoken a lot about those southwest hills being very, very difficult to navigate. And given the number of teams that are moving to the north side, it's going to have this sort of roadblock around the boundaries of Chumacera.
It is, yeah. And with this northern circle as well, goodness me, this is going to be a bit of a weird game, because what you're going to have is down towards the southwest side just a huge swath of teams who all really want to be able to get in towards the top side of the map. And because it's so awkward terrain to actually move over a lot of times in those vehicles, it depends really how fast these teams can get up there. We know that YaLLa like to drop down towards Power Grid, so they've got their general drop spot secured. But Road to Glory, they're going to have to make their way up to El Azahar, which they know off the back of their hand. And Lusail up towards Trailer Park very early has actually favoured them in this circumstance, because they can rotate over the top side pretty soon. Twisted Minds on our screens right now. Again, this is the team we talked about a bit yesterday, saying that it's a bit awkward. They started off with a massive game and then really haven't done too much from it. There are moments where we see them and we think to ourselves, goodness me, what a fantastic team these guys are, but they just aren't getting the placement points and filling in those kills towards the end of the game. We saw yesterday them just absolutely running through Underwater City, but after that, nothing really happened. Again, it's Falcon versus Vive, still trying to vie for control over Picardo at the moment. One shot already down here. Bumper down 2.
Ooh.
Never alone, though. Gets shot down from the window. Great shot from Doxon.
Yeah, he was able to lay down suppressing fire there and actually potentially saving the life of One Shot Last, trying to stop Azrael from moving too far forwards. A nicely placed nade that should have been spotted but won't do too much damage. They hold the nerve and actually send one back. In response, Azrael takes a little bit of damage from it. They're going to have to move through, and One Shot not out of the woods just yet.
Last has spotted him. It's an awkward fight for Vibes as well as Falcon, because a lot of teams are going to be rotating past Picardo, so they don't really want this fight to continue for very long, and they should really be aware of this. A lot of teams are not going to be up towards their northeast side this time. They're going to be very much rotating through this area. I would personally just disengage this fight and try and go my merry way elsewhere. Last gets a nice nade onto One Shot and also knocks down Azrael at the same time. So that was during a resurrect, I can imagine. This guy's really holding it down from the window at the moment.
Yeah, they were trying to get that res in, but a very, very nicely placed nade, as you say. Falcons, they're holding their own against Triple Vibes up the hill. And look at this in the meantime, Never Alone and Bomper, they're just starting to loot up a little bit more, get some more utility potentially, maybe a nade or two. And Triple Vibes, I think at this stage, you've got to cut your losses and try and maybe move to the hills to the north.
Get out of dodge, basically. Again, it's the similar attitude the Vibes have had for the majority of their games, which is see a fight, take a fight. And most of them are not winning them anymore. So I think that for Vibes, it's time to leave at this point in time. It's not really worth it anymore, in my opinion. So perhaps Vibes just get out of here. It's very awkward, though, with KWT as well as Last watching out these windows, knowing the exact locations of the remaining players from Vibes. So leaving is going to be extremely difficult. This should be a good shot. Oh, I'm so upset that didn't hit. I felt like it was right on target.
Yeah, not quite able to connect, unfortunately. But it forces the molly to drop at the feet. Spooks him and actually bounces back, so can't peek on that window anymore. And the res is going to be available there. I feel like that's maybe what Triple Vibes were hanging about for. I wonder if after Azrael's healed, if they're going to try and just send away and try and leave this situation, or if they're just going to try and hold the line.
Perhaps. Good nade out the window. Doesn't do enough damage to take him down. Never Alone now has a nade in hand. You're going to throw it over the top side, see if it can hit from Mar, but doesn't quite get it. And now Falcon are just considering whether they can push up. They really do need the suppressing fires from the window still, so KWT as well as Last going to still hold on that top side bumper. The main fragger here for Falcon, kind of entries a lot of the time for the team, but Toxin's going to get a nice spot on top side of the building. This could be really, really, really good for them, and an unexpected position too.
Trying to sneak around the side, might spot out KWT, but not quite going to find those pixels as they continue to fight. I don't know if they know that Framar's around the side as well, waiting to find that backstop. In they go, and the shots are found. Bandar from the back, able to deal the damage there. And there's more shots coming through from Azrael as he suppresses this doorway. Bomper sneaks back through, and actually an off angle from Last. Finds what they're looking for. Look at the angle here. This is brilliant from Never Alone. He's not going to have the sight lines onto Azrael, unfortunately, but can come down the stairs and potentially play a little bit of spoiler. Last gets shut down as he tries to regroup. Fremar immediately refragged, and the rest of the team tumble. Triple Vibes eliminated by a nice coordinated play from Falcons.
In the meantime, we've seen YaLLa take a fight with Twisted Minds and completely clear them out of this side. Bandar doing some great job again. We mentioned them on the desk there, saying that this guy has been particularly impressive when it comes to fragging out for the team, or at least opening a lot of these fights up for them. And again, it's a similar situation with Falcon there. They push up. It's a good coordinated push. If they don't have that man advantage, though, I don't think that fight goes as well. But they played it to a T. They played with the advantage they had. They knew that they were a man up, and they can take the aggressive fight versus the guys in Vibes. And they knew they had to finish that fight early because, again, we mentioned it earlier on, which is a case of they are going to need to move fairly quickly. Picardo is going to become a hotspot very, very shortly. So getting out of there, getting looted as soon as possible, and not having to deal with another team is going to be very nice for them.
Who's this, though, with a sneaky little scope trained onto Yusuf? Not going to take the shots just yet. Press to go. Biding time. Doesn't have the base of fire that they want to engage on this one. Is it a bit of a replay from the fight of YaLLa and Twisted Minds? Nice spray down there and controlling the stairwells as well. Bandar with a 1 versus 2. I mean, you've got to wonder why you pull out the nade there in that situation for Twisted Mind, and that's the long range nade. Great coordination.
I think he's completely 1v4'd that, hasn't he?
He really has. It's pretty nuts.
He's 1v X'd. That was excellent, honestly. A great play from Bandar. It's not often you see those situations happen either, on the stairs being able to hold down 2. So awkward pushes coming from Twisted Minds, and I think it's almost panicked as well, where he's taken down their backstop player. That was a situation that, if we look back to the fight between Falcons and Vibes, actually we've got a fight on our hands right now, with our RTG rocking straight up to K12's position.
Already 1 going down, though, so RTG going to have to try and trade it off. NASR has fallen, taken a knee. K12. They've lost Reva for now. Aimbot getting swelled upon. And Road to Glory hold out for the time being. A little bit split for K12, and they're not going to be able to get this res unless they go for a crash right now. It looks like Road to Glory have held it.
Well, it seems to be a similar problem that K12 have had again. Oh, he's been panned. That hurts.
He has been panned.
That kills the man. That kills the man. K12 have played quite split fairly often. iKURD, again, this is the problem I was talking about earlier, is that because we're going to become a hotspot, and they've already found a hit onto Bumper. And that's a difficult res to get as well, purely because he's on top of the building, which means you have to leave any of the other spots that you were holding down in terms of angles to get to him. So I don't know if Bumper's going to get back up again.
Oh, he even got shot down as well. Bumper going to be sprayed away. ABIAH close to Road to Glory. It's the battle of the bottom.
Don't say that.
At the moment. Why not? I like it, you know? I think it's great. I'm going to continue to say the battle of the bottom.
All right, fair enough. Well, the battle of the bottoms will continue to take place. I see exactly who can come out on top here, though.
No one really wants to take this. I feel like this is more just a guard. They're not really wanting to go in and engage there. iKURD YaLLa Esports after taking the kill over onto Falcons. This is that first shot to find it. Look at that. He spots Bumper and just... Boom. Gallagher. Surgeon. With that K9.
It's a strong name as well, Gallagher, right? That's the kind of name I want to call in a clutch.
Is it just because it reminds you of Gallagher and you're an Oasis fan?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Problem?
I got the right band, right? That is the right band?
Yeah.
Okay. Fantastic.
Was it Neil Gallagher?
Well, Liam?
Liam Gallagher, there we go.
And Noel?
There we
Liam
go.
and Noel.
Perfect. Yeah.
The Gallagher brothers. Anyway, enough about
mixed
UK.
both Noel
UK
and
pop.
Liam together into one name.
I don't think that's true. But Falcons going to be trying to hold out. They are down to 3, obviously, with that nutty shot from Gallagher earlier on. They are going to try and get away from this one, potentially looking to extract themselves from this fight. As iKURD YaLLa Esports start to move in on their position, but having taken down a team, it's a hard-fought spot. Oh, my goodness me. The ankles are never alone. Flying him to safety, but only with a sliver of HP.
Yeah, almost got away with that one. It's a good read as well to shoot down the door and see that player passing through that area. So, iKURD, they've definitely got this one down. They know the kind of plays they need to make as well, so that's good news. Helmend also, I think this guy was on our top fragger list at the beginning of the first match, so he's playing backstop, waiting for anyone to leave these buildings, so he could cause some real problems the rest of Falcons, because I'm pretty sure the Falcons think they're guarding iKURD, but instead it's Helmend. He just really needs to be careful of not getting knocked. He just needs to play that pressure game where you're corralling teams in the right spot, almost like a collie dog. Otherwise,
Yes.
A sheepdog.
Yeah, no, I was trying to figure out what that was. Yeah. A border collie, right? That's the classic sheepdog. On the south side, that fight might go on for a little bit longer, actually. It's a classic sheepdog. What are you gonna?
Yeah.
Come on.
You got a skin for your sheepdog?
Oh goodness me! Yeah, no, I don't think that's really my speed. I've never had a dog as a pet. There you are. That's a fact about John Allen. But yeah, the circle shrinking over towards the east of Hacienda del Patron. And everybody's going to have to move their way eastward. You've got Galaxy Racer on the outskirts of that fight, probably going to be playing on the edge for the rest of this game.
Yeah, this is a lot of field as well. Pretty unplayable zones. There's a lot of high ground that you can play around in that area on the outskirts. So I don't think there's going to be many members within that circle who are wanting to be playing towards the center there. I think that's one of those last-ditch resorts where it's the case there's nowhere else to go. This is sad though for Falcons, because I think iKURD Esports are kind of hindering their own chances at this game purely to hold Falcons down in a single spot. Great shot from Helmend, though. This is exactly what we wanted to see.
Able to pick one more off, and iKURD YaLLa Esports being the bane of the Falcons right now. Falcons Bane's pretty tight title, I think. That Yeah. Falcons Bane. Yeah, let's give them that. iKURD YaLLa Esports Falcons Bane on Miramar. Could be pretty tricky to get further. Yeah, there we go. First of their name, indeed. YaLLa, though, they're taking the fight with ABIAH as they're trying to move across this open ground. Band with a lovely answering shot, though, over onto Aziz.
This guy.
He is insane, isn't he? He's really starting to turn up the heat.
Oh, yeah. Max gas on that hub with that boy. Good stuff for him. YaLLa, though, still looking outwards. D7 with a nice little off angle, but YaLLa hits a cheeky little shot onto him. Force him back just a little bit. Aziz gets knocked there. And now YaLLa can start to move in on them. Lusail taking shots down towards Fate. These are already down.
Already getting flushed as well. 3 players alive trying to control this ridgeline. It's at range, and if... Oh, I was going to say, that felt like it was going to hit if they'd have stayed peeking too much longer, but Ragnarok falling back to the rest of the team. They can't get... There's no way they can get their other teammate back up. Already fully dead. Lusail now have the run of the place, the run of that hillside. But the good news is, for Fate, that they are in this next circle to the north side of water treatment.
Yeah. Again, I think this is a position that Fate doesn't expect either for Lusail to be in, holding down these hillsides, because it was such a southern playing path. Oh my god. Falcon's Bane strikes
Falcon's
again.
Bane.
It was such a southern playing path as well, but Lusail dropped out almost immediately, rotated over the top side down towards water treatment. So if I'm Fate, I'm not expecting anyone to be playing up here in this area. So great stuff for Lusail. Heads up play to move down past the actual roads just to the south of Toy Armada to get into this spot where the ridge side is so strong to play. And just unfortunate for Fate. Next circle drops all the way across to the western side. Still a lot of field in this one. Hacienda del Patron still in this one. So a bit of TDM coming through towards the end of this game. Galaxy Race is on that northeastern edge. It's a good rotate as well. But unfortunately, they get gambled by the circle itself.
Far from ideal. I mean, as you say, I feel like it was a pretty heads-up rotate to move from that western side and swing out to the north to find that little bit of an opening. I mean, when you consider where the plane path was as well, you feel like that side's going to be emptier. So they made the right decision. Unfortunately, it's based on those percentages, and sometimes those percentages don't go your way. Cryptics, they're going to need to move a little bit further in, but not quite as far as iKURD Esports, who, you know, they were playing guard on Falcons, but unfortunately now they've got their own worries to be considering, taking into account.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about earlier, is that it's all good and well holding down Falcons for that long and sure you get 4 kill points for it, but you are going to really struggle to get into the rest of the map now. Jigsaw looks over towards Life. That buggy is on its last legs. Good shots coming to the top though. Life down to very, very low HP.
Runs out of bullets, unfortunately. Has to go for the reload. The nade at range, looking to try and just bobble over the top of the hill. Not going to be able to make it just yet. And Lath gets away in the buggy after popping that heal.
That's optimistic. That's an optimistic nade. That. Ooh, NASR though. Who the hell is shooting them?
Ooh. Again, lit up either way. Not going to be happy about it. Road to Glory. Still, all 4 of them are alive. NASR looking a little bit less alive than the rest of them, but crawls back into the house. Not in the zone just yet, and we'll have to move past the teams in front of them. That's K12, who are already ahead. NASR, they are slowly gaining speed in their buggy, which only has 1 tire, and actually onto the roadside. They might be able to regroup here, Blank. I've no idea how they've managed it, but where there's a will, there's a way.
I love that as well. It's like, it feels like they're going to regroup the teammates, and those 2 guys are like, honestly, let's leave, please. This is not a good position to be in. YaLLa, on the other hand, I feel very sorry for Fate in that situation. They rotated up towards the north side, got attacked by Lusail, rotated off to the east, got attacked by RT9, and then rotated to the south and got dunzoed by YaLLa in the process. So there was really nowhere that Fate could go in that situation, unfortunately. ABIAH have a good position, but we know what happens with ABIAH. They don't do anything with those good positions. They're just going to sit there, and I imagine that's going to be a position that one of the teams will take later on this game, even though it is such a strong compound to hold.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great high ground. It's great vision, great sight lines. Fate finally going down there. On the side, Galaxy Racer looking to try and move in across the open fields and get a position into this next circle. NASR duking it out with Cryptics on the south side of the next zone. And you can see Nabo there going down, going low, and probably not getting res there. Eastern side of the circle, and K12 with 2 players alive trying to face off against the 4 from Road to Glory.
So Road to Glory here, looking to finish the job they started earlier versus K12. NASR goes extremely low. There's more nades coming over the top. That was a pretty decent one. Just flew up into the air a little bit. Could have exploded in the faces. It is Rio, though, still alive, one of the heaviest fraggers for K12, so we'll see what he can get done, especially with the blue pushing. He has an off angle, just needs to make the right spray.
Molotov on the roof, so not really going to be able to do too much, but the bullets through the window, they do a whole lot more. And the backstop in Golden will get taken down as well. Road to Glory, 5 kills, 11 teams remain.
Big match for Road to Glory here. Good stuff. Satnav is working today. Now we're back over to Lusail. AWM in hand, just scouting a little bit. Surely he saw them over there on the left side, surely.
That's the M24 there. Yeah, no, he's not. He's finally spotted them. Over towards the top.
Oh,
But not
mixed up with
might be able to land the first shot. Oh, I pressed to get. Not eating that one. Not just yet. Breakfast time, not quite around the corner. Real Tiger 9 trying to make the push now through YaLLa's position. Yusuf, though, suppressing this ridgeline. Powerful taking damage from across the way. That might be from Road to Glory, but Real Tiger 9 had to figure something out.
And fast, too. I don't think they're in the best of spots right now. Could be a little bit awkward. I think they can get out of dodge. Bandar, though, from YaLLa, trying to reposition. I think that's fair play for YaLLa as well. They got stuck in power grid beforehand on their, I believe that was their previous Miramar, so it's a good idea to get out of here as soon as possible. Bandar moves forward, can get to the ridge side. Jeez Louise. Oof. Even the vehicle sparks him up a bit.
No, he's finally going to go down, and as Galaxy Racers having an answer into this fight, the flush comes through, and ABIAH are able to pick it up as well. Flashes smokes, got to be dropped on down, and YaLLa try to make this push. It just really has not gone their way. Goodness me. YaLLa get eliminated all in one fell swoop on the northern side of the circle as well. You can see Lusail taking heavy punishment, but on the south side, you've got 3 teams looking to try and move on in. You've got NASR, you've got Road to Glory, and Cryptics, who have yet to make this last push. Patika still standing for NASR as the last player for them.
Yeah, I think YaLLa made the right play there, though. Even though it didn't pan out, I think it was a good idea to leave when they did. I believe that is just Patika maybe left for NASR. It seems to be a reoccurring trend for NASR. RT9, though, making their way in, do pick up Ralph. I think that's all there is to it before they will be taken down by the rest of Galaxy Racer with the help of RTG.
Real Tiger 9 still holding out on the edge, but Galaxy Racer playing spoiler at the moment. Lusail still trying to bang their heads against the brick wall of RICO Infinity Team. It's such a difficult push to come through. ABIAH, they get the circle yet again, and it looks like we are going to have the Hacienda finish blank on top of the hill.
Which is beautiful. We love to see it. RICO Infinity Team, Fidan hits a nice K9 shot onto the top of Galaxy Racer. That's KURD Squad now out, so YaLLa can't really progress much further, but at least KURD Squad don't get too much further away from their position. But NASR with Patika can start to ladder up a little bit here. I think Cryptics have a general idea that someone is in this shack, and there is teams on either side. RTG just crawling into the circle. This might have been one of their highest placing games so far, even in just 7.
Both Road to Glory and ABIAH still alive in this one, Blank. How about that? With Road to Glory already up on, I believe that was 7 kills. They're doing pretty well. ABIAH with a great spot as well. Look at the surround vision that they have. They have outlooks on every single point. They can fall back and regroup, but the question is, will they? Right? Will they actually go for those regroups after they get that info, or are they just going to get picked apart?
If ABIAH can hold this down, it will be an extreme improvement, but RTG, they're making the move. Get down towards the bottom, and there is a backstop as well. NASR hits a beautiful shot. This is a great opening for RTG to try and take down this compound that's held by ABIAH. They're currently in disarray with another knock as well on top of it.
Great stuff to move forwards there from Road to Glory. YaLLa gonna get flushed out as well. Looking for more, looking for the sprays around the corner. Need to be careful, need to be wary. There's still players waiting in the wings, and they know that. Road to Glory have opened things up, and with ABIAH's attention being drawn that way, other teams can start to come in through as well. Aziz there, just playing up on the top floor, but in come Galaxy Racer. In comes the teams from the south. iKURD, PMPL Esports, and Cryptics all starting to move in. The push comes through from Road to Glory, and Aziz needs to hold out, needs to be the front man here for ABIAH, but behind the sofa, looking to try and lob those nades in. 2 go down. An excellent crossfire held out for ABIAH Esports. 1 flush, 2 flush, gonna be looking for more. And they have to be worried about across the way as well, trying to do everything they can to hold it out. And at the moment, the Cryptics not going to have the best of time. Their road to glory dismantled down to 2.
So many mishaps happening in such a short amount of time as well. ABIAH not able to hold that actual rundown towards their position, even with all the information they should have been gathering. But then, road to glory, they lose 2 players in the process. Galaxy Racers, though, great push in from their side on the eastern side of Hacienda del Patron, because this, knowing that there's 2 teams fighting, they can get a better position within this circle. Beautiful stuff.
How did that happen? How did that Molotov get that kill? Goodness me. Okay, fair enough. Road to glory lose yet another. But they managed to make it all the way up the hill, and now they can use the other teams as bodyguards potentially and stay alive as long as possible. With 6 teams remaining, Road to Glory have had a great game for them so far. The next circle will be zoning towards the northern side of the compound.
Galaxy Racers are going to be really happy with this one indeed. They're just on the edge of it. They can start to push through slowly but surely. Most other teams do not have a 4-man team, and this is where Galaxy Racers start to shine. They can really play off one another very, very well, and you know when Galaxy Racers running with a 4, it's going to get very difficult. RICO Infinity Team, the only other team here with the 4-man on board, but they've got a rough run up to this actual compound of Hacienda del Patron, especially through those walls. They're going to have to go out into the open. So many smokes will be required here, but iKURD, they do have the spot. Is Aziz helping iKURD right now? Here's your smoke tray. Come to us.
I mean, potentially. Oh, no, he's starting to put the nades in now. Trying to maybe bait them. I think that might have been iKURD YaLLa Esports' set of smokes, and he's just trying to drop those nades in on the top. But I feel like they know Gallagher's made the way all the way up to that ridgeline and trying to get as much damage as possible. In the meantime, though, Insurgency on the north. It's Galaxy Racers to be able to take control there. With all 4 alive, you're right. It's going to be pretty tricky. RICO Infinity Team nades over towards iKURD YaLLa Esports as well.
This is an interesting spot. The NAS goes down. It's a good opening, but what can iKURD do with it? Ali immediately gets up to the wall. That's a beautiful push. Really, really well played during that moment. But Gallagher now needs to also move up. Nade in hand. Skaton changes the position of it. Drops down. Does do a fair bit of damage onto Gallagher. If he throws another one in the same spot, that will be a knock.
Looking for the heals, and there it is. The nade soon to follow. Gallagher does go down, so now just Ali standing. Really can't go for this res. Doesn't want to break backwards. Should spot the player at the side. Oh, he takes the shots, but it's just a fraction too late. The rotate's coming through. Ali goes down after the position's given away.
That was well played from ABIAH there, baiting out the shots and immediately ducking back into the window. NASR, the only one left alive for RTG, gets in the vehicle to move through. Oh, he's finessed that one.
And he has indeed, but up the top, there's a player to worry about, and that's going to be the end of him. NASR goes down, and finally Road to Glory go down. 16 points, though, and that is a great result for them. Galaxy Racer, in the meantime, they hear the shots. He goes for the nade, and he steps on up to the plate and knocks it out of the park. It's Freak with a cheeky 2-piece. Now, in a 4 versus 4 team deathmatch between Galaxy Racer and RICO Infinity Team.
Oh, Freak is cracked, man. That was a great nade into an immediate spray down. And now RICO Infinity Team, they've just not spent enough time getting up to this building. And Galaxy Racers, they found an excellent spot on the top side of the roof. They can start to figure out how they want to take this fight now. It is a 4v4. A really, really fun little showdown between RICO Infinity Team and Galaxy Racers, our current leading team in the lobby.
Slowing things down. The circle not really going to be doing too much here. It is starting to crunch. RICO Infinity Team positions relatively unknown. Galaxy Racer, again, they should be a little bit more known here. Prestica takes some damage from the nade and is backed off. As the two teams need to start to pull the trigger now. Galaxy Racer moving forwards. They want to be the ones to do so, but Ralph goes down. Bended knee nades continue to pepper on down. Prestica looking to try and suppress here. From up the top, they've got RICO Infinity Team with every single position, and all of the angles are covered off. Amodi goes low. Lord falls down, steps up, and it's an absolute dismantling coming through for RICO Infinity Team. Galaxy Racer stops short. An excellent final team deathmatch fight there coming through, and RICO Infinity Team take the chicken dinner.
honestly just slaughtered by a RICO Infinity team. I'm not exactly sure why Galaxy Racers didn't continue to push into the building after they found those first couple of knocks onto ABIAH. I think that would have been an excellent spot to take. I get that they're trying to rotate on that side, but RICO Infinity team saving that utility to the last moment, knowing that teams have to push over to their side. Really, really well played in those final moments from RICO Infinity team. Galaxy Racers, though, equally, I think they definitely did their homework like we were speaking about, and they were able to make their way through that map onto the western side and then creep through the fields to get to that position. Again, lots of really heads-up plays when we saw a lot of those third parties coming through, teams taking their time to push up, find better positions within amidst all the chaos there, and a great ending overall.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic, fantastic. Let's take a look at the match rankings from that game. Let's see where those points ended up. Whose pockets will they be lining? Look at that. RICO Infinity team, 23 points, 8 kills apiece for them. Galaxy Racer and actually Road to Glory, who managed to get 16 points on this game. ABIAH Esports tying that up as well. So the battle of the bottoms has gone pretty well for both of them. And there they go, towards the top.
But they've tied. They've tied the bottom, so no one comes out on top in this circumstance. Both get equally the most amount of points there. So RICO Infinity team at Galaxy Racer, 20 points and 23 points. This will be a big showing for RICO Infinity team. They'll be happy with this one. It'll put them in good stead for the future Super Weekends. Galaxy Racers, they'll have extended that lead towards the top, especially with YaLLa as well as KURD squad going down early, not able to catch them up. But they definitely needed this win or this second place here on Miramar, because beforehand they were struggling. They were really struggling, John, in the last 3 maps at least.
Yeah, they managed to get a good result on, although to be fair, that final fight didn't look super strong. I mean, it has to be said, right? They really relied on their 4-player advantage towards the end, and as soon as it was even numbers, they did just get picked apart. I mean, they didn't have the angles controlled to be going for that sort of push, and the nades just picked them apart. The shots from all of the angles, there wasn't that much coordination there.
I think the push up into nade range was probably the biggest problem that they had. Is that they had a player on top of the roof who held a nice angle, dropped for some reason. Not entirely sure why. I think the blue maybe pushed him off there, but I think they could have played that a lot better. RICO Infinity team, they had a lot of terrain to play around, as well as general information of where everyone was after that first knock went down. And there was that off-angle shot that came through on the right side, which basically put a massive pin in the plans of Galaxy Racers, because they were relying on that player to be able to get the backstab.
Yeah, it was really kind of a necessary position to be able to hold. Let's take a look at the MVPs from that last game. It's going to be Freak topping the tables there with 6 kills and 6 kills for Caliga as well.
Freak with 6 kills, 666 damage done. So
oh no, it's happened.
We don't like that. Stop that. I mean, he did hit the most unreal shot, so it did feel like he was channeling the devil in those final moments. Unfortunately, not able to close out the game. Caliga, though, with 6 kills, I think he did an excellent job for iKURD. And I actually enjoyed the play versus them and Falcons. They were able to hold out for quite a while, and then it was just awkward towards the end game there, where ABIAH just have the info. Great smoke train, but just not enough to close it out.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like they had a good shout, but maybe not quite enough. Let's take a look at the overall rankings after that game. After all the points are totted up, and Galaxy Racer 183. They've opened that lead back up to around 60 points over KURD squad there on 123. YaLLa, NASR keeping it nice and tight. Although, to be fair, this gap is starting to be broached by YaLLa in this situation, and they're starting to move away from NASR's position, although it's still very, very close. Certainly anyone's game.
Absolutely. I think the top of our Super Weekend leaderboard is so close. It is so close at the moment. And I mean, just from the fact that last game, YaLLa went from 8th place to 3rd place, it speaks of it of itself. So really, really good stuff. Despite them having basically a 33-point game, it was crazy. But yeah, a lot can change in a very short amount of time. But again, for a lot of these teams right now, I would imagine they're quite happy, because with it being so close, as long as they can keep up these kind of point scorings, everyone's still massively on the books for getting into that top 16 to make it into that grand final.
Hey, look at this. ABIAH and Road to Glory both able to leapfrog the Falcons with 44 and 40 points after their solid entries there, 16 points on the game apiece. And they'll be pretty happy with that. At the moment, ABIAH just a couple of points ahead, 1 more placement and 3 more kills, but it's still pretty close there. And a couple more games like that, they might even be able to jump up into the center of the pack.
That's true. Falcons, they met their bane, and yeah, they were banished 16th place. Unfortunately for them, I think they do need to continue to step things up just a little bit here and there. We do see them a fair bit as well, and their fights versus vibe at the beginning of that game definitely spoke to the fact that they know how to play a lot of these fights. It's just unfortunately they get caught up. I did say they need to leave Picardo pretty soon, and I feel like they did. Obviously they can't hear me, but you know, I was sending messages telepathically to them, and they just didn't heed my warning, unfortunately, and didn't leave fast enough. It was a fun game, to say the least. There on Miramar, and we won't see Miramar until next week on the Super Weekend at least, but you will see Miramar in the league play. Here, though, we're excited to see a few more of the games. We've got 1 Erangel, 1 Sanhok, and another Erangel coming up very, very shortly. So more of the same, and then a little bit of wacky fun on Sanhok to finish it out for the day.
Yeah, of course, next league play week is Sanhok week as well. So we are going to be seeing 5 Sanhoks after today in the league play, which is going to be pretty exciting. We'll see what teams are going to be qualifying there. But we're going to be going to a short break, much like Blank's Glasses. We're going to disappear for now. We'll come back with game number 3 in just a moment. Don't go anywhere.
Mr. D. Like this.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia. Upgrade performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports 2021. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank. We're going to be getting into another Erangel match, and it's going to be a good one. I don't know that for sure, but I'm pretty confident.
Look, you can't be saying that matches are going to be good ones without knowing how the match is going to pan out. So unless you've seen the match beforehand, how will you know? Honestly, though, John, I believe you because you always make the right call. And to be fair, recently I've been incredibly impressed. Soon we're heading into Erangel, though, and yeah, only recently, John, that's true. Only recently. Okay, I'm so sorry to say it to you, but it's only been recently. We have had some really, really good games recently, though, and we've had some excellent performances from teams we perhaps not expected to do so well. Looking at you, RICO Infinity team, that was an incredible performance there on Miramar. A very well-coordinated victory as well from the backside of Hacienda del Patron. And ABIAH, look, I'll put it this way. I did not expect them to hold down that compound as long as they did. The fact they allowed RTG to get up so quickly was incredible, to say the least. But they did redeem themselves quite swiftly shortly afterwards before being absolutely demolished by Freak from the rooftop. So I think that going forward, ABIAH, you've claimed just a little bit of my heart here in this game of Miramar. Hopefully you can continue to do it because it seems like these guys can get into the center when they do want to. But RICO Infinity team, I've been waiting for these guys to step up for quite some time, and finally they've actually done it again. I was impressed with them towards the beginning of the tournament, and looks like they've just cut back a little bit on a lot of those early fights they've been taking, because we were talking about how they were getting a lot of kills towards the beginning of the Super Weekend, and that kind of dipped off a little bit, and I wonder what was going on. But I think they're more focused on trying to get into the end game. We saw them very early on with Prestico actually watching down towards, I believe it was Galaxy Racer's position, in fact, at the beginning of the game, and not taking any shots. They're much more disciplined here. And sure, when you change any aspect of your game up, it's going to feel a little bit awkward in the beginning before you start to get a bit more comfortable with it. And then after that, RICO Infinity team started to do extremely well, which is nice to see.
Yeah, they started to step up to the plate and were able to just trounce over.
Not deflate.
So very nice stuff. Oh, there we go. Yeah, fair enough. We are going to be going into game number 3 of the day. Of course, it is going to be Erangel as the plane goes in once more. This is all the way up from Stalbert down to the eastern side of Sanhok Military Island. And we're going to be seeing just how these teams are going to drop out. Again, Primorsk fairly inaccessible in this situation.
Yeah, that's a proper weird plane drop, to be fair. I'm not sure I enjoyed that one. That's going to cause a few problems for a few teams. Again, though, our PMPL Arabia lobby tends to like to drop over towards the eastern side. There's only a few teams that like to go towards Georgia Pole, though I think that more and more teams are striking out towards Gatka now. We have YaLLa would like to drop towards Hospital, just outside of Everest. But a lot of these teams will be very happy with their positions. KURD Squad actually dropping on top of Stalbert itself, with a few players going down towards Kameshki, so they're going to be quite isolated towards the beginning of this game, John.
Isolation, not ideal, but sometimes can bear fruit. For the time being, we'll have to wait and see what they're going to be able to harvest from that one. iKURD Esports starting to break out west, just over Roshok right now. Potentially looking to challenge their NASR. Have they gone to a different spot? And that's a circle and a half. Goodness me, things are all changing here.
Oh yeah, so this is a circle where you kind of have to make the decision now of where you would like to play around Sosnovka, because it might end up here. So Lusail would love to take a little bit of control over towards C block nice and early. They also have to be worried about teams maybe dropping down towards this island after zone 2. I think right now a lot of teams can be comfortable in their positions. I think the only team that's kind of put out here is KURD Squad in their isolation chamber towards Kameshki and Stalbert. Already though, I think that's a death there going through for NASR. I wonder if they got shot by a player over from ABIAH and blew up one of the vehicles.
Either, yeah, it might have been that way or the other way. I'm not entirely sure. Okay, so actually, yeah, there we go. Batika actually getting the kill there. So NASR were able to pick up the kill onto one of the ABIAH players, I believe. Shots coming through. Yeah. It looks like, okay, the kills are starting very early here on this Erangel.
That's nice to see. I actually was very curious because I thought it was one of the NASR players. Obviously, NASR and RB have very similar colors on the minimap. And when it said Batika first kill, I was like, that is pretty mean. When it's like, if you've blown yourself up in your vehicle, that's count as the first kill of the game. It's like, ooh, that's pretty sad. At least you get an accolade for it, though. But no, it is Batika, in fact, taking down one of ABIAH's players, so that's nice to see there. You do see Twisted Minds off in the distance, trying to take some shots over towards Fate, with the Nerf gun in hand, it seems.
Do about as much damage as well. Not quite able to tag it in. Goodness me. I was wondering what was going on, and V's just swapping seats.
Yeah, I know.
That's
I am the
confused
driver,
me greatly.
and I'm also the passenger.
Ooh.
Oh.
2 feet on the gas. Or actually, it might be not the gas in this situation. On the acceleration. There we go.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Galaxy Racer moving in. Oh no. Is Aimbot going to spot this? Is he going to take shots?
I love this car.
All the best cars make blank car noises.
They do. I think that what should happen is that they should employ me to just do the voice effects for one of the vehicles in the game one day, and it's just me just in a booth, like put some reverb and some bass on my voice, and just me going. See, what did you think of that? That was pretty close, right?
Wait, that was you?
That was me. That was me.
Dude, that was you? Dude, I was like, what is that? What is that? Dude, it was you Ferrari'd me.
I Ferrari'd you. Yeah. Ferrari. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm taking us back to the scene. I don't want to do that. Let's not go back.
I don't understand why you've said this to me.
I'm so sorry. I'll put my long black hair away.
Yeah, goodness me. I mean, multicolored strands of it, all of it, back in the ponytail, please.
Swiftly pushing away the fringe. NASR, though, again, still in school as well as apartments. This is where the scene all began.
Come on.
I need to be stopped. Fate's already down towards the very south side of Sosnovka, though, John.
Yeah, they've managed to get themselves into a decent spot here. I think a lot of teams are going to start to think around about now about how they're going to make their way down. Because, of course, you know, whilst the circle does enclose the whole of Sosnovka military base, it's not guaranteed to be going over there just yet. It could potentially still zone up towards that northern shore. It's potentially a situation where you want to post up around one of these bridges. And I feel like, you know, K12 at the moment, they have a pretty decent spot to do so, but they've already allowed 2 teams to move through.
That they have. So, I mean, K12, this is very much the information game. But also, yeah, you are right. They missed both the sprays. And I think at this point they were like, just go, Lou. Just go, Lou, you suck. Stop trying to spray down the guys going across the bridge, because you obviously are missing every single shot there. I do think that they had the absolute opportunity to take down any one of the Galaxy Racer players moving through. But Vibes, see a team, fight a team. It's Galaxy Racers they're going against right now, and I would love to see how this one actually ends up going down, because Galaxy Racers not the best of teams to try and fight early on.
I don't think they've spotted Galaxy Racer just yet. The vehicle Freak is in is relatively undetected, given that it's not moving, so it won't be making too much noise, and if they're in the vehicles of their own, they probably won't be able to hear it. Hamodi, though, making a little bit more noise and making themselves a little bit more known. Galaxy Racer's spread actually going undetected now. Yeah.
To be fair, if I voice lined a vehicle, you know, it would be stealthy, so you wouldn't be able to hear it, even on idle.
What would be your idle noise?
It'd be like footsteps. I made like clomping noises. It would really, you know, it would throw people off.
That's fair enough. Okay. What about a car that's just like, it's just really loud footsteps? That's the noise. And it's just like a Flintstones foot-powered car. Oh, I'd love it.
Oh god, that would be brilliant. I actually love that so much. Like, oh
hey,
my
April
god,
Fools, let's get in the game.
Down the hill.
I'll start a petition, you know, April Fool's car. Oh, that'd be fun.
That would be excellent.
A little animation that has 2 little feet going on underneath it.
I mean, they already have the
Try.
T-Rex car, so come on. Why can't we have that one? Just like a wooden
They
frame.
don't. Yeah, something like that. That'd be good.
Something like those lines.
Good.
I'll draw up the designs later. Don't worry.
Yeah, cool. Send them over to me. Have them on my desk by Monday.
Oh, of course. I've got
Yes, yes, yeah. Very good. And get me pictures of Spider-Man.
it. What's this? Why are there pictures of Spider-Man? Okay,
dear.
so Vibes here, swinging through on their web to the backside of Sosnovka at the moment. Pretty far from home indeed. Not quite in the multiverse yet. You need to get to EMEA to start crossing regions. RT9 though, good spot.
I was going to say you need to get into phase 4 for that one.
It's true. It's true. RT9 though, they've been pretty good at that. Vibes, like I said, that phase 4 doesn't really seem to be as far as they make it. I like that. He's like ridden to the side of the cliff and he's like, I will go no further. I must continue on foot. Never mind, he's just driving down it, of course.
I mean, why not? You know, fair enough.
not?
Just get down it, lad. Go on.
I'm surprised by the amount of people who have actually moved to Sosnovka military base now.
I mean, K-12 still have their guard around the Western Bridge. Not that it's meant too much so far. Twisted Minds guarding the Eastern Bridge, and that shrink something to worry about. I think for a lot of these teams, you would probably want to move to Sosnovka military base on this shift, but still, there's a northern potential.
Yeah, I think that right now, because it is Zone 2 shift as well, we're going to have to wait for Zone 4 until we move away from the water. So there's still a chance that we move up towards the Northern Island, which will throw a lot of these teams off. But I think that these guys have seen these kind of circles so many times before that they can be fairly confident that this is where it's going to end up. But RT9, playing conservatory at the moment, they've got a really, really good base of operations. Start checking out where all the other teams are at the moment. So very nice play to get up there as soon as they did. I think Vibes would like to take that position, but I think he spotted that there were a couple of players already up there. I didn't want to take it. Oh, come on, Messi. Just leave them be. Let them alone.
Oh, no.
I'm going backwards.
They put them down the bottom of the tables and they want to keep them there now.
I know, right? It's really mean. It's like, haha, guys, we also have Falcon Bane's title. It's like, no. That's reserved for TI Kurds. You cannot claim this title. It's a one-time only use.
It's true. Once you've been given a title, no one else can take it from you.
That's how it works.
Apart from, of course, PMPL Arabia winners, that title does get redone every season.
All right. If you want to keep putting, want to keep going against my plans.
Pedantry. We've established that pedantry is part of my brand, Blank. That's that's what I do.
Yeah. You petty man, you.
Oh yeah.
What is this? These are the worst bridge holds I've ever seen in my life.
They're like, please, could you please pay the toll? And they're like, no, I don't think I will. And they're like, oh,
No.
okay, that's fine.
We talked about shiny FBI badges the other day, and all these guys have got all their FBI badges from the Halloween store.
From the Halloween store, yeah.
It's like, that's clearly plastic, mate. I'm going past.
$1 a donut.
Goodbye. Yeah.
It's got like that injection molding seam down the middle of it and everything.
Yeah. It looks bad.
Yeah,
Like,
it's not good.
yeah. Anyway, hopefully that can be improved in future games, because I just know, man. This is the perfect time to be holding the bridge cross as well. And now TI KURD are like, now that we've let everybody know we're holding this side, now we'll cross.
Yeah, I think it was Cryptics, wasn't it, trying to hold that bridge? Anyway, in the meantime, two teams that managed to make it across. It's both Galaxy Racer and KURD 12 Esports. At the moment, KURD 12 getting the little bit of the better end of the stick with a knock onto Ralph, and Nades as well, pouring onto Galaxy Racer, but they're sent back uphill as well and do the damage.
Jeez.
Tiger going down, and another nade to find aimbot as well. Two players low. And Raver trying to hold off, really the only player here for iKURD 12 Esports, who can hold things down, has got the M249. If there's a gun you want in this situation, it is going to be that. Flushes start to come in as Galaxy Racer, they're still all as a unit, finally getting that knock. And that's going to be the end of that fight. 3 players from iKURD 12 Esports going down. And Rio, nowhere to be seen.
I've got a question for you, John. And I hope you can answer it for me. When did you... Oh,
What?
I want to see the map. I know no one can hear me to bring the map up, but I want to see the map. My question was, have you ever seen KURD 12 as a format? Please tell me.
I don't.
I feel like there always has a 3 or a 2.
I don't know why you'd say this to me, Blank. I feel like that's so rude. I can't believe you.
It's
no
really...
manners on this, man.
I'm sorry, but K12 just... I feel like they're a good team. In fact, no, I feel like they're a good... They're a good couple of teams in this instance.
They're a good... oh, dear.
But, oh, here it is. Yes, someone heard me somewhere. Goodness gracious me. Oh, that's
That is horrible. That's brutal.
I thought it couldn't get worse than North Rozhok Circle, but this is pretty bad.
Oh,
Yes!
ooh, that's
Bridge hold!
not great. That's not great for El Chapo. Cryptics taking a bit of punishment. Either way, they're fighting across the bridge, and actually only Gallagher holding here. iKURD Triple Esports, they have only one player here. A smoke going to bloom, and Gallagher wants to retreat from this. I mean, this is fair enough, and actually very timely. Look at that. The nades only just coming in around the side. A great backup from Gallagher.
Yeah, the smoke is perfect as well, because it allows him to back off without being seen. And now Ali's taking some shots up that way. Gallagher finally goes down, but I think he's bought the rest of his team so much time here. Ali's behind the pillars in the middle, trying to make something happen. Bridge the distance between him and his team.
Oh, lovely.
Beautiful blow up on the vehicle.
Oh, and Lazy Boy as well in the sights, just peeking out, not really taking too much damage. They're just finding their mark time and time again. Ali, this guy's a heavyweight.
He is a heavyweight, you know. And the gloves are off in this situation. Lazy Boy goes down. Proceeds to look down towards the bottom of the bridge. Just Marshall left. Rotate around a little bit. I don't think he can get much done here. Ali's kind of an awkward situation, but it's one of those places where you've backed the Fox into a corner, and finally it has to bite. So Ali either didn't get anything done there and went down, or he just killed the entire team. So he's taking the better option of the two, 100%, and they're going to leave it. This is very different from their last game where they hung around for too long, so they're opting to get into a better position right now.
Not quite able to get that final spray down, but there's a player posted up actually who might be able to receive. Helmend pops up but not quite able to get the damage onto Marshall, the remaining Cryptics player. The zone's starting to hurt now, so does need to be worried. But instead, he's trying to get as far away from this position. Yeah, exactly. Who do you... Oh, the circle. It's going to shift down to the South Island. Everybody on that northern shore just got scuppered.
It's actually so grim. This is... it's like a horror movie at this point in time. I don't know what you do about this. Everyone's going backwards to and fro. So I don't know where to go with this one. Like, whereabouts do you play? You cross the waters at this point. It's going to be very difficult to get around to any of the bridges because none of them are in the zone right now. And the blue's going to hurt at this point at phase 4. So you can either cross to the west or the eastern side, take a load of damage. Most likely you're going to have to cross to the west because the east is way, way too far out.
I don't think there's a compound on the shoreline. I feel like NASR at the moment have probably got one of the stronger positions because the teams that are on the island, on their south, are probably going to look to push in and all fight against each other. They can edge guard those, and obviously they then have oversight on all of the crossings, right? So I feel like NASR right now, if I had to pick one horse in this race, it's them.
Really?
Yeah.
I think that's an interesting decision to make. I think playing on the beach is nice. There's some cover that was added there recently, but I don't think it's enough for NASR to get the win here. I think there was a team. I think it's iKURD who picked up a compound on the western side, which is quite nice to play from. But if you're NASR right now, what it's all about is getting as many kills as possible before you get the oversights on you, because there's a tree line just to the south of them where Galaxy Racers can look down, so they have to push uphill to get out of that position. I think they need to play for kills at this point in time. Currently, they've only got one, But like I said, that can go quickly upwards as teams cross the water. Powerful's across.
I mean,
Okay.
there's no one guarding the bridge. There's no one holding the bridge. I mean, iKURD Triple Esports, they're in the compound, and maybe that's the better place to be, but it allows people to use that bridge as a crossing. At the moment, YaLLa are taking full advantage of that position. Powerful just sails straight across as a great scout. KURD squad trying to make this crossing as well. You need to keep control of it, Bandar. Need to keep that momentum as well. Don't slow down in the open. And YaLLa make it. What?
I think that was... it was a really smart play, actually, because Bandar flew across, right? And then went to the beach side where it's extremely difficult to shoot him. Whereas the rest of the team, they swing off to the right. And YaLLa Powerful is basically the best distraction they could have ever hoped for. And he was out in the open for just long enough to draw fire. Really, really well played. But you are right, that's a difficult position to get into, John. And they've made it look fairly easy, actually.
Falcons trying to cross, I believe, at the moment. There's another player out wide as well. They're currently in the water. Last finally getting eliminated. You've got KURD 12 as well, who's in some sort of a vehicle off that shoreline. You've got Road to Glory as well as RICO Infinity Team all trying to cross the estuary. And it is a long, wet, dangerous road for them ahead.
That is... We have water in the axles. There's going to be serious oxidization. By the time they get there, they're going to have to shake off the rust. I think this next circle is going to define it. Oh. It's a buggy. It's a buggy. It's probably the only one that's really good in that situation because the back seat allows you a little bit more elevation to look out from the backside. So it's smart choice to have that, actually. Miracle's throwing nades out the side. I think that's just to buy him a bit of time. He's in a bad spot though, but he's able to hold out. He needs to leave. This is a horrific position to be in, yeah.
He needs to drop that smoke and fall back. I mean, we saw what happened, what it did under the bridge, but not quite going to be able to get away from it in time. The rest of NASR, though, with that line of fire, might prove to be a sanctuary for him to retreat to. A forward scout maybe left a little bit too far away. They now need to be careful of Rio as well. Miracle crawling across open ground, no man's land at this stage. The tick's going to be going on through, and look at that, they're even going to go straight on through the smokes to try and crash into NASR's position as well. Fate moving in from the east. South needs to move on in as well as Frag's starting to come through. Miracle does go down to a run over. KURD squad eliminated on the south side with Lusail. Oh my goodness me!
What is going on? Get him,
just going on swings and roundabouts. NASR just have no idea. Oh my god! This guy is on a tear. He's just devastated him, but finally pays the price for it. Now, two players alive, but they can run down. Oh my god! Fate! You can't do it to him. Oh, they're meeting the axles.
Look at them go!
They just can't get on the swivel. They know where Batika is as well. Oh, that is just horrible.
That is amazing. Jesus Christ.
Down.
Fate are playing NASCAR where everyone's playing PUBG Mobile at the moment. This is beautiful to see. I mean, I don't know how far those vehicles will go because they've got pretty much the entirety of NASR caught up in the wheels.
I'm speechless.
Do it again.
Come on.
It's a good push from TI KURD, actually. This could be a nice name.
YaLLa did take some... Yeah, YaLLa took some knocks earlier, and actually the nade's starting to come through as well to keep the pressure up. A lot of damage being found. Powerful goes low. Yusuf goes down. Another nade around the side from Gallagher. Looks on target. Bandar finds another as well. Oh, that's going to be it. YaLLa getting eliminated.
Yeah, it's a great position that TI KURD's held down the majority of the game. And it is one that I thought would be the best for them, really, because they can move in from that western side from relative safety. So really, really well done to them. And I think you were right, John. NASR did get a fair few kills in that situation, but it was only a matter of time before a lot of teams ended up pushing them. Now TI KURD need to make sure they use the vehicles on this western side that are held for them to actually push out. Galaxy Racers, again, we're in that gamble game again. Does it head east? Does it head west? Heads completely central. So now a lot of teams need to fight for position. TI KURD are just about in, but Galaxy Racers,
they're taking heavy fire. Salam was able to get a double knock with the DP and actually trying to blow up their cover as well, prevent them from moving in their position. That's really pretty deadly. Might be fatal. And they're going to slow things down. Lusail moving on forwards. Jigsaw waiting to receive for Real Tiger 9 in the shack. Do they know he's here? There's going to spot it out. Drops the nade at his feet. Maybe looking for the from the grave. And actually goes down. Oh, no. Is he going to get it? Not quite. Wanted goes down, but they stay alive for now.
Just about. Here's Ragnarok. The man who looks better on wheels than he does on foot. He's the definition of having footsteps as the vehicle's car noise. And also they're off in the distance, still in the water, not really been able to do too much. Now Galaxy Racers have all 4 members back up again, so they have been able to recuperate, which is really nice to see. iKURD in an awkward situation. Lusail from all the way on that south side. And also finally down, that's RTG out. Well, Lusail have had a really great performance from the south side of the map.
Movements coming through from Galaxy Racers. Nade on top. That is on, but it's not going to be too close. It didn't get that full pop of damage. Venom goes down, and that's going to be Galaxy Racers finding that first knock. Caliga able to try and go for that answer. Ragnarok from the ground is able to get a double spray down, and Hamodi can't even find the refrag as well. There's players across the way, and this is a great start for iKURD Esports for this hold on their position. Only Venom going down, but finally they're spotted all the way out wide. And that is going to be Fate eliminated on the push.
I mean, this is good from iKURD. They allowed Ragnarok to do so much work on these players. Now he's crossing over open ground. iKURD don't do too much more because Lusail are off in the distance. Carryboy takes down Hamodi. Now just Ralph left remaining. Lusail are the big issue in this map. Quickly, Ali turns around. Ooh. Oh my lord, he's not going anywhere.
Oh my goodness me. 10 kills for Lusail. 10 kills for iKURD Esports as well. Galaxy Racers still going, but only 1 player alive. You've got to wonder how much further can Ralph go. With Ali fragging out like he is. I wonder how many kills Ali has just on his Todd. And look at the line they have of fire across this next zone.
Lusail pretty wanting for gear at the moment. Wanted moves out wide, straight towards Ralph's position, who is snaking it. No backpack on for the time being. Everyone's in the circle, waiting for the next one to pop to decide how they want to play. If Lusail get the circle, they've got a really nice ridge line to play around. They can just dip over the top. Circle heads towards them as well. So it's a good thing iKURD did move up early. They're all very much away from one another at the moment, though. So they're relying on quick finishes, quick knocks, quick refrags. But it's one of these games where pretty much the game will finish so quickly.
A little bit of a refresh there. I don't think that crate was looted. So Wanted might be able to get those level 3s on board. But Caliga actually has vision on the crate. So does Ralph. Ralph probably doesn't want to stand up too far. They've already got 5 kills. They're already in 3rd place. That's 15 points. Guaranteed.
He's got nothing.
Stay alive and you can get 2 more. Yeah, there we go. There's the refresh for Wanted. Nades over the top towards Caliga.
Helmand breaks the vehicle. That could come in handy a little bit later. There's first aids on the floor as well, which leads me to believe that iKURD is rocking a lot of utility. I think Lusail have kind of been through the wars with it, though, on that south side, so they might be lacking. I think that the major thing that they've got going for them right now is Wanted's got that refresh, like you said, on the actual helmet, as well as the vest. But they're spread out right now. They have the shack to play around with. I think realistically, iKURD have to just wait for the next circle. It's not worth it pushing out. They just need to watch all these angles at the moment.
Keep those sight lines crunched. And the circle, yeah, at the moment, it is Lusail's game to lose. There's still plenty of things that can go wrong for them. Salam able to get a nutty spray down earlier on the 2-piece. He's playing an off angle right now. Caliga steps up and moves a little bit further forwards. Ralph has an excellent lineup. If he spots the... Okay, he just gets spotted and Wanted deals with it. Great elimination there. Galaxy Racer go down 15 points. Going to be guaranteed for them. They'll be happy. Maybe not as happy as they could have been, but still a good result.
It does give info over towards iKURD roughly where the positions are. So Wanted can't really play around that crate anymore because he will just get naded out. It does provide excellent cover to bullets, but nades, on the other hand, not so great. Next circle comes in. Now, smoke's already been thrown through, and Lusail is just dipping upwards and then dropping back down to the floor again. Kalaga's probably going to lose the backpack very shortly. No real reason to hold on to it. Salam with a nade. It looks like it's pretty close on target to Helmet, and it is. That will be now
Great
2v3.
start. Salam crawling forwards now. The question is, will they figure out where this nade has come from? Will they figure out that this is the off angle they need to be worried about? Kalaga moving through, but Salam is just getting in such a good position. iKURD Triple Esports think that they're safe here, but he knows there's another nade as well. Throws it too far back. Oh no, are they going to hear that? Are they going to know? They're going to know that he's a lot closer than he was. Kalaga might just be on the swivel here, but in the meantime, wanted moving forwards. So is Carry Boy Ali on the off angle. There's so many moving pieces into this puzzle, and it is all about to kick off here. Stepping up, going for the res. This is go time. This is where Lusail's going to stand up, try and figure out where Ali is. He knows where they're looking for. Will wait for the res, and will wait to put them back down in the dirt. They stand up, they go low, he goes out wide, and Kalaga can't get the spray. Ali tries to refrag, but he's not there. Looks for more on the off angle, and it's go time for the rest of Lusail. Salam hits the deck. Ali's position given away, and Carry Boy roars forwards, gets the spray, and Lusail from across the way able to take down iKURD Triple Esports.
Salam has owned that game. That is absolutely his. He is in possession of the entirety of that map. There's nothing anyone could have done there. The double DP spray into the craziest flank I've seen in a long time, and so smart as well to see all the smokes going down. The fact that there's a little lip over the top of that actual field playing area, and he just crawls around to the side knowing that the res is going to come through. There's no way the Galaxy Racers aren't going to go for that one. Sorry, iKURD in that situation. Bloody good stuff from Lusail from the south side, and it was a hard fought victory as well, not an easy one whatsoever. I'm astonished.
I mean, Salam was absolutely a crucial part in that final fight. I feel like that was an incredibly heads-up flank to be able to pull off. Let's take a look at the match rankings from that last game, just where all the points ended up. You can see there, Lusail Esports, 29 points, 14 kills and a chicken dinner. Great result. Galaxy Racer getting 15 as well, keeping themselves in the convo. I feel like Road to Glory... I mean, they were on the river crossing, right? So that's why they went down a little bit further there. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't really super expected for them to even get that many placement points. They did well to get even 5 in the end of that game. RICO Infinity Team posting another decent result, though. 8 points going to be found for them.
Absolutely. I think RICO Infinity Team just kind of held out towards the end, but Fate Esports got to be the highlight of that game. Ragnarok just deciding that it's time to drive around and run people over was probably one of my favorite things that's happened during this tournament so far. But Lusail, certainly good stuff from them. I think that they'd kind of won after phase, call it 7, just because the fact that the circle wasn't cruel to them meant that they could sit in their positions and spend much more time calculating how they were going to play out that next fight with iKURD Esports. I think the iKURD Triple Esports actually played that round very, very well, but put a lot of stock into keeping those 3 members alive in those final moments, where I really think that there should have been maybe a send, because we saw Kalaga heading off to the side and then regrouping with the team afterwards, whereas I think that off angle was very nice. And Salam just had so much confidence that game, right?
Yeah, I mean, it did so well to be able to get that one down. I wonder if he's going to be the MVP. Let's take a look at who our nominees are. Have a look at that list. There we go. Yeah, Salam, 4 kills. And to be fair, like, Carry Boy had 7 kills in that game, and Salam was MVP because he got 1,073 damage. That is insane. Over the 1K damage mark as a single player.
Yeah, crazy stuff to him. I remember kills in this case are usually determined by whoever flushes out the target. So realistically, it could have been Salam doing so much of the work here, and then Carry Boy being able to clear out a lot of those flushes afterwards. Ali, though, with the 6 kills, we can confidently say that those were his 6 kills, because practically most of them came when he was solo versus those players. I think Ali did a fantastic amount of work for iKURD Triple Esports in those final moments of the game, as well as towards the mid game too. So he's really one of those standout players. This is the same guy from yesterday, challenging out Galaxy Racers in a 1v4 on Miramar.
Yeah, great stuff from Ali. Let's take a look at the overall standings as they stand after game number 3 of today. 198, so close, knocking on the door of 200 points here for Galaxy Racer. iKURD Triple Esports up into second, 127 points. KURD Squad knocked off 126.
Down to 126 there, yeah, and iKURD Triple Esports, like you say, heading up to 127. Galaxy Racers almost on that 200-point standpoint. YaLLa Esports, 116. I felt like YaLLa could have had a much better shout into that game with that extremely well-played crossing they made from the Western Bridge, but unfortunately it doesn't come to pass. NASR Esports really closing that gap now, 109. Batika, once again, final member remaining for the majority of these matches, and Fate Esports back up to 108 with some crazy plays during that last game.
And Lusail as well, managing to jump up onto that first page. And this is quite the turn of events. Speaking of jumping pages, KURD 12, they started the day in 3rd place in a pretty decent spot with quite a margin. They are now down all the way in 9th. That is pretty crazy for that many teams to be able to leapfrog them. It's not great. I'll be honest, it's not great. No. It's not what we wanted to see from them. There's still 2 more games to play, but that is a hefty drop. And I mean, they basically swapped places with YaLLa.
Yeah, 100%. And similarly, RT9 down in 11th place. They started today off in 4th. So, yeah, that's really unfortunate for them. I just don't think that they've been able to step it up that much recently. This was kind of the team that we saw so many times where they were slipping into 4th, 3rd place so often. And now it just feels that some of that luck has started to run out a little bit, where a lot of these teams are starting to really understand how each one of these teams are playing. And RT9 is getting crunched so often.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult. It's pretty tricky to sort of figure out what to do in that situation. But we are going to go to a short break. When we come back, it is going to be game number 4. It's going to be Sanhok jungle action once more. We'll see you there. Bring your rainforest hats. I think that's a thing. I hope it is, because I'm going to have to try and find one now. Oh, well, we'll see you in a few.
Mr. D. Like this.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia. My name is John Allen. Blank is ducking and diving, but he is going to be seen because, of course, Nono Live, PUBG Mobile Pro League 2021 official media partner, wills it to be so. Thank you very much for that little dance to open things out. We're going over to Sanhok.
You're so welcome. I'll dance whatever. I dance all the time. No, I'm joking. I won't do any dancing. I can't dance to save my life, but I will dance regardless. Maybe I could actually. If someone told me to dance to save my life, I could throw some moves out, you know?
Yeah.
I thought you were going to start throwing some moves out, actually. Do you have any moves? You got some moves?
Yes. Yeah, I do.
You do have some moves. Fate certainly had some moves last map, but they weren't moving on foot. They were moving in cars, and it was pretty ridiculous, to say the least. I certainly enjoyed it. I think whenever we get Erangels like that, where you've got the switch between the north and the south island, you don't really know where to go in that situation most of the time. It's a case of like, move to the north side, hope that you're going to get that play. I do think that heading to Sosnovka might be the play, really, because I think you can get to the North Island a little bit easier and try and post someone underneath the rocks or something. Whereas if you're heading to Sosnovka afterwards, you are literally swimming towards the beach, in which case you're more likely going to get shot down by a team like NASR holding that position. I could analyze that to death. I'm not going to, because we're getting into Sanhok now, and I want to see another win from Galaxy Racers.
Okay, fair enough. You want to see them maybe on a, not necessarily return to form. They haven't... I think saying that they've fallen off is maybe a little bit premature, but certainly to be able to keep on going. I mean, they were able to get a decent result in that game. Yeah, a misstep maybe. 15 points in that game, and we're looking for more. So they've already managed to get 4 chicken dinners so far out of the, what have we played now? 13 games in this Super Weekends. That's a really strong result. I mean, it's the most chicken dinners of anyone so far. So, this is definitely a team that has it in them.
Yeah, 100%. I think I want to see it because they look so confident on their first Sanhok map. And it's not very often you see a team that's so comfortable on Miramar, Erangel, and Sanhok at the same time. So I just want to see them do well on Sanhok too, just to, appease my mind, because I'm like, wow, I wonder if they're really good at Sanhok too, because they seem very confident when they were driving through. But we'll find out right now, because we're heading over to Sanhok in this very moment.
Let's kick things off here for the Sanhok game of today. The second to last, the penultimate, the one before the next. Can't think of any other ways to phrase it, but this is going to be Sanhok game number 4 of the last day of the Super Weekend.
Take a quick look at the top 5 fraggers. Still quite difficult to remove Galaxy Racers from the top side, but we do have some new players in there. Leif from Life, whichever you want, really. From Fate Esports has made his way in with 21 kills and 4,190 points. This guy is absolutely carrying the guys on Fate Esports. And Callaghan from iKURD Esports, 23 kills with 4.8k respectively. Really, really good stuff from Callaghan. I'm surprised not to see Ali here, but Callaghan has definitely been one of those very consistent players for the team on iKURD Esports themselves. Galaxy Racers heading down towards Sami, and with this fairly central circle itself, this is a great position for Galaxy Racers to play from. It's not ridiculous, so they have to move up towards the northeast side. I can hear shooting though, which leads me to believe that people are fighting, and it's Lusail playing versus the Falcons.
Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. That's not good for business. That's bad for business. It's terrible for business. Might have to take out a loan or something. It's really not great. Funding round not going well. Nox coming through on the northwestern island. Circle going a little bit further south. And this is the big fight in the middle. This is a boot camp hot drop. And it's YaLLa and Twisted Minds.
Which has happened pretty much every single game, honestly, on Sanhok. So, again, it is... Whoa.
Okay.
You can't be doing that.
Hang on a minute.
Hello.
That's illegal.
Hello, guys.
Can't be having that. Oh, nade around the side of the door. Perfectly placed. Yusuf goes down. Falcons getting eliminated. Not too sure where that was. I think that was the northwestern island. But there we go. Twisted Minds. Keep on going. Keep on trucking. YaLLa down to 2. There's players down. There's a lot of damage being... Oh, come on. He's just given the game away. A nice nade, but it wasn't cooked quite to perfection there. Destiny out the window. He's low. And they're looking for reses. There really isn't.
So So even if they do get a res here, no one's going to be able to get back up again. There's Road to Glory fighting off against K12, so it's all going down here today. So YaLLa can get away with this fight, but they will get away with just the 2 players if they can make it happen. Bandar's going to have to really pull it out of the boot here if he wants to make it happen. Did he not see that guy behind him? Oh, and he goes down. Now just D7 after hitting that dirty little headshot on the swivel. I mean, that's the 5 versus 4.
They're all moving in as well. Low HP, sure, but you've got to do more than that. You're a low HP yourself, has the boosters, 7 bandages, goes up high and actually finding that first aid kit. Did he not pick it up? That's pretty crucial there. Yeah, he finally goes up for it.
Nade as well.
And if he sticks it here, maybe go for a bandage or 2, might be a game changer. Teammate down, spots the ankles, doesn't quite catch it. Not quite in time, and goes out into the open, drops down. This is a first aid opportunity. If he can get into some cover, get that heal off, and actually make it all the way to Bandar. He finds another first aid. That might be a lifesaver as well, but swings out wide, goes for the fight, and there's 2 players there.
Yeah, so that's YaLLa finishing out there on Sanhok. I honestly think that at this point in time, I would prefer one of those 2 teams to leave. If I was YaLLa, I might have opted to go elsewhere, especially when I want to keep extending my lead towards the top of the leaderboard. Ow, just punched him. This is brutal. Brutal behavior.
Oh no, that's cyberbullying. That's cyberbullying right there. Lusail going to be able to take those kills. None of them going down as well, which means they are 3 kills up. But Twisted Minds getting all 4, getting the wipe. As Falcons, actually, Road to Glory stole one of those kills away. Or iKURD Esports. Not too sure which team would have got it, but how does that make sense? Oh, I think Falcons are playing with 3. Okay, I think that's what's happened. I'm looking at the kill counts on the side.
Okay, understandable. Have a nice day. So now back to the waiting game, the scouting game, figuring out where everyone else game. It's not the funnest game in the world, but you know it has to be played.
It does, and I think that it's very easy to sort of undervalue scouting. I mean, we keep going on about it, but certainly in games that you're playing at home, in your ranked games, it's very easy to undervalue scouting and just sort of think, well, we're just going to take fights and keep going through. And that's great for mechanical ability, but in terms of game sense, it can maybe hamper you a little bit as you start to improve and go up the ranks in terms of in terms of the competition that you're facing, right? In this sort of level of tournament, if you aren't scouting, you really can't rely on just that mechanical skill. We've seen fantastic players go down time and time again because they get crunched, because they get pinched, because they didn't move early enough, because they didn't get those situations in their favor. And if you aren't practicing that, if you don't have that core fundamental, you have a lower ceiling than someone who is practicing that sort of thing.
Exactly. So in these situations, you really got to think about where you're going, what you're doing, and then go from there. ABIAH heading up to the top side. A cheeky peek. I don't think they're really going to find anything, and the vehicle will reveal their location for the time being. Anywho, RICO Infinity team feeling a little bit better about themselves today after that win on Miramar. And KURD squad, generally fairly consistent team as KURD squad. I feel like they get far enough, but can't win all the fights they take. Perhaps because they take a little bit too many, but we'll have to wait and see. Volt's really been putting on a great performance recently, though, from this team, alleviating some of the pressure from J9.
There was a big flurry of early action, obviously, on the 2 hot drops that took place, but after that, it's quieted down just a little bit more free-flowing at the moment. No one really wanting to take these fights early. And we spoke about it yesterday on Sanhok, and probably the day before, about how getting 4 players towards the end of Sanhok can win you the game. Basically, I think it's like 90% of the time. If you're the only team with 4 alive, you are going to win it. It's such a dominating map when you have a numbers advantage, more so than I think any of the others.
Yeah, I would 100% agree with that. I think that having the man count in those final moments when there is so much pressure on you, where there's not a lot of compounds to play around, you have a lot of these little rocks to play peaks on. If you can peek off one another and you have more people to peek off, then it tends to get very easy very quickly. Galaxy Racers, though, looks like they're not going to go for a crazy little rotate through the middle of the map this time, playing a little bit safer. Just watching down the hill, seeing who pops their heads up. Nothing as of yet, though, which is nice to see. Happy for them. I'm happy for them, absolutely. But Galaxy Racer, again, this is the map where I want to see them do well. I think that if you can continually do well on Sanhok, it's one of those like wildcard maps that if you can, again, I'll use the phrase, eliminate the randomness, it can become one of your biggest strengths to make it through the end of the Super Weekend to come out on top in first place, or even in the grand final, because you don't want it to be left up to chance that you get those final points to get to first place.
Over in Lakawi, there's actually 2 representatives. One from K12 and one from Road to Glory. On the south end of Lakawi, this is. Do they know that NOS is here? Are they aware of this position? It feels like they are. It feels like they are looking out that way. And Road to Glory is sort of sparsely spread, but the center of the map a lot busier at the moment. No one in Painan, which I find interesting, especially given how the circle's fallen. It feels like a pretty crucial location.
Yeah, Painan really has been ABIAH's location for the longest time, and no one really wants to take it for the time being. Twisted Minds are taking a fight with RICO Infinity Team at the moment, so they've just come off the back of that fight with YaLLa, where they won it out fairly quickly and easily. Very central circle, though, heads right on that eastern island. Most teams are going to be happy about that. You will have to rotate past Quarry, which should be fine at this point in time because most people aren't making the last minute rotation. So people should be able to find themselves into the circle with a fairly good amount of comfortability. Comfort.
That's the one. Maybe?
That's
I'm
the
not
one.
sure.
So, is comfortability even a word?
I don't...
Let's find out.
It might be in a different context. It might be. If someone is able to be comforted emotionally or...
Comfortability, synonym of comfort.
Is it?
So it does work.
Okay. All right. The more you know.
Yeah.
Great.
It says it might not be the best choice in an academic setting, though. But that's good, because I'm not an academic.
And you're not setting. You're not the sun.
Anything.
I don't know what you're talking about. Triple Vibes, they lose Toxin to an uphill climb. Does KURD Squad take the fight? And iKURD Triple Esports starting to pop in. This is where it all's going to come to loggerheads a little bit. Unknown has taken a knee. iKURD Triple Esports really coming out the best in this entire situation. Unknown needs to be picked up. One shot gets ducked. And we'll have to try and swim on back to the team. Volt. In and off angle. I have no idea how he managed to get here, but we'll be able to lob a nade right into the mix of things. Opens up the door. And actually lobs it all the way to the back, but... Oh. Okay. That's fair enough. Able to cook up another one as well. I think they know he's outside the door. Azrael doesn't quite go there, and he drops the nade on top of the teammate. Actually takes his teammate down. Goodness me. And there's Volt to get the final shot. iKURD Triple Esports take down Azrael, and well, that's all they wrote. But iKURD Triple Esports trying to mount the hill now and down a player. KURD Squad maybe have a tough time here to be able to hold out, but Ali goes down and gets flushed almost immediately. Evens up the numbers. Unknown behind the tree. Position known. Nades can start to throw in, and actually at the backstop, there's a lot of damage being sent towards the hold team for iKURD Triple Esports. Smokes start to bloom, and they need to get the reses.
Yeah, iKURD Triple Esports needs to start healing up here. Unknown obviously goes down. Volt's out the way. iKURD Triple Esports actually stole some of the kills off them onto Vibes. So they're quite happy. KURD Squad did pick up 3 of them, though, so that'll do them. Caliga, though, on the off. Looking for something. I can't quite find it yet.
To the rock. I'm looking for information. Unknown gets rezzed. And they're back to full fighting force. Volt regrouping as well. If they want to go for a push, this is the time, but do they want to is the question. I don't think that they're looking for this fight. It feels like iKURD really wanted to take the initiative here. And they lost a player for it. They lost Ali, who has been a massive, massive asset to the team over the last few games.
Specifically on Sanhok as well, you don't want to be playing this fight for much longer, so smokes are down. If I'm KURD Squad, I'm thinking about disengaging from this fight, perhaps taking Vibes compound below, but because they're so central, it might even be worth fighting this and trying to take control of this position. Really, no one's that close to them. They don't know that, though. Cryptics are really the only one that can cause problems for them. And Cryptics, we know to be one of those teams that love to third party. Road to glory, messy here in a messy scenario.
Going down, trade for trade. Aimbot does get knocked, and the flush will come through, going for the punch instead, and going to be able to pick up that kill. Aimbot not crawling towards the zone, and Raver needs to be rezzed as well. Tiger left solo right now. It should be rezzable in the blue at this stage, but they're going to need some meds to be distributed there. Should be okay. K12 survive for another day.
This is a smart from Aram. I think that now you know you're fairly central in this circle. Picking up a compound is not a bad idea anymore. RICO Infinity team in the wings, as is Cryptics. Time to make something happen. Galaxy Racers, though. Galaxy Racer things.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. That apparently works. Good to know. They're going to duck out and actually Hamodi. Oh, no. The shots to the back finally find the kill. And they actually crawl away to another ROG, so ABIAH don't have those sightlines on them anymore. They should be able to get the res here, and Galaxy Racer, I don't know how they managed to make these things happen, but again, they just sail straight through another team.
Yeah, I don't really get the play. I mean, it's very innovative that they just fly through teams, and a lot of these teams don't have the spray down, which is fair enough.
Lusail, fresh off the win. Crashing into the compound against ABIAH, but the nade is good. Salam goes down. Harryboy tries to drop the smoke, tries to keep that suppression up. Nade starting to come in again. A little bit too deep there. As the crash comes in, ABIAH want to take this fight. They want to keep the pressure up, and they want to keep hold of their compound. Nades being popped on through, over the top. Damage being found, but not really too much. Salam can get rezzed here. The push coming through. The nade, that's pretty good there. The burn is brutal. Wanted, probably going to go down here. Outside of the window, though, so potentially rezzable. Salam, not so lucky inside. Going to be burning away, burning on down. As they try and get this res on board, but no, they think better of it. It looks like they're going to lose two, lose even more. This is down to Rip and Carry Boy.
Being third party at the moment, this is a really great molly, though, coming through from ABIAH. Now they need to figure out what they want to do next, and I think that maybe disengaging, trying to find a better position within here would be good for them. Honestly, I don't really understand that play, though, running straight into the player that's being peppered. They have found some kind of cover, though.
A little bit of respite on the southwestern edge, but the zone will crunch on down. At the moment, Cryptics, I feel like they have a really good spot in this circle, Blank.
I think the Cryptics are sitting pretty towards that northeastern side. You're completely right. No one's really challenged them. They hold practically 50% of the circle to themselves. It's really what they want to do with this position, though, because they don't have to fight anyone for quite some time. But it will be an easy push in. Rip hits a absolute ripper through the smoke.
Tearing on in. The circle zone's up a little bit further north of Quarry, so the NASR push is going to have to be good. ABIAH, they tried to push forwards and it didn't really work out. Aziz will be able to get this res on the outside, but a nade over the top, not quite cooked, but that's damage. Nonetheless, needs to be worried about it. Carry Boy looking for the spray down. Knows there's players here. Knows there's players trying to res, but the spray is great. The crossfire is fantastic. And ABIAH eliminate Lusail.
That could have been better played. The Molotov into the crossfire. Lusail didn't know what hit him. They got baited so hard towards the end of that fight too. So real difficult stuff. Welly's down. But RT9, they've got eyes on this. Don't do anything so far about it. Just watching out towards these teams. Already we lost 4. Down to 12 teams, 40 alive. Still a fair bit of the game left to go.
Still plenty of time. They're going to have to move now. The zone will begin to crunch them in because they're stimming up before the car journey. They want to try and crash on through. So he's in a buggy as well. Oh dear, they've actually been spotted from across the way. Take some damage. Might want to... Yeah, he's going to drop some more boosters there just to keep you nice and healthy. NASR moving in along the side of the quarry. K12 moving parallel. This is actually not a move in. This is a swing out wide coming through from NASR. And they're going to crash in from a different point of origin from a little bit closer to barn, but Raver's there, looks for the spray onto one, but they're all just going to sail straight on past. Is there a rundown potential? There's one more player to come, but no, it's the Warped coming on through, and they are just going to keep on going. It feels like these Razes are going well for anyone who attempts them. NASR crash into compound.
Yeah, no one can hit these sprays, it seems. So, yeah, just fly through teams at this point in time. Why not? K12, as a 3-man, as per usual. Life goes down for Fate. Hassan just watching up on this building for the time being. We're starting to crunch this circle together. 18 minutes, phase 4.
And now K12 are on the back foot. They let them go through. They let NASR just shimmy on into their position, their potential crash spot. And now they're going to have the blue at their back. They're going to have to fight forwards. They're going to be the ones who have to take this assault against the compound. Nades can start to go in through the window, but Hassan's on an off angle. And what do you do here if you're K12? They've already lost a player earlier into the game. Oh, and that's rude. The Chico jump on up. Not going to be able to find too much, though. Tiger going low. Hassan not able to control the cross anymore, but it's not going to matter. The team is there, and there's the knocks they are looking for. K12 get eliminated, but in the meantime, Fate can start to strike. The reses can come through, though, as they crawl on in.
It's Galaxy Racer versus iKURD Esports. Already finding one. Freak with that Thompson. Will rattle down anyone. Big barrel on that bad boy. And now Ralph looking forward. They're in the tree lines. They got a fair bit of cover ahead of them. Arby looks down toward KURD squad's position. They're all laid flat on their belly. They're waiting this one out. Unknown's watching the top side. There's a few angles covered by the third party. We'd imagine that KURD squad have got a good idea of what's going on here. NASR, unfortunately, in a rough position versus Fate. The high ground being controlled by them. With that little third party coming in, Fate's been able to recollect, reevaluate.
NASR going to have to move across the way. Fate looking to try and spray it down. Miracle drawing fire, but having got knocked, they need to either crash or figure something else out, because that is not going to work. NASR just get crunched, and there's no way they're going to be able to move forwards. Cryptics, they're feeling pretty good about themselves right now. They've been unchallenged in this compound for a while.
Yeah, I mean, there's no one's approached them whatsoever. Just Zuxi from Road to Glory snaking it once again. Fate now have to move. They have a good idea of where the other players are. ABIAH gets smacked to pieces by RICO Infinity Team. Twisted Minds still on that western edge. Galaxy Racer's got to move from the south, but they've already taken a knock-in Freak.
iKURD Esports eliminated. Road to Glory going down. Twisted Minds being guarded out on the western edge. Cryptics finally going to have to leave after this circle as Galaxy Racer in the midst of a big ol' hullabaloo there on the southern side. 2 players alive, but Lords out in the zone. Really only Hamodi with a shout here. Good on for RICO Infinity Team. Going to eliminate Twisted Minds on the spray down. Nice and close, but they're going to have to move as well. No one really has a dominant spot in this zone. I mean, you look at where KURD squad are right now, and they are just suffering at this stage.
KURD squad, yeah, it's a rough play they have to make. But realistically, they only have to worry about Fate as well as Galaxy Racers. Once they get up towards the circle, the hillside will provide them cover in of itself. They just really need to live for the next 3 minutes or so, but it is going to be hard to do it. Fate's been absolutely killing it this game, which is nice to see. Shots come across. J9 so low there.
All 4 of them alive as well on Fate, and they are just going to try and mount up, get a position. Cryptics really their main rival here. RICO Infinity Team have all 4 alive as well.
They do. Remember what they were able to do last time on Miramar. Marshall from Cryptics starting to move up. There's already 4 kills for the Cryptics team. Aram's in an awkward spot, gets hit by the off angle from Cryptics, who hits Volt.
Be getting too much more here. The southern side so treacherous. Galaxy Racer, how has he managed to get in? Hamodi, though, is out in the zone. He's going to have a real tough time of it. Hits the deck. Knows that the player's right around the corner, but he's staying alive. Goodness me, how has he done that? Staying in for now, but there's players down the hill. He's just so lucky here. I can't think of another way to put it. Yeah, that's fair enough. I feel like you finally go down there. That's going to happen. Cryptics getting dismounted in the meantime as the spray is coming in. Fate from across the way looking to try and get these reses, but all of them suffering.
Yeah, Cryptics got ruined in the grass up here. Smoke's come through, and it's a desperate attempt to get RICO Infinity Team off their backs. Fate takes one in Visa. Ragnarok's out in the open, so Fidan can go for another one. Right now, Fate's just not making it happen.
Venom looking to try and lay down the hurt. Cryptics feeling the pain, and they will fall, finally leaving it in a 2-team situation. But Fate are flagging, and RICO Infinity Team looking to ride strong here across these hillsides. The res is not going to be available. Ragnarok not going to be able to make it to the zone. There goes Venom. Only one player left standing. Life is known. Prestiga looks to go out wide, looks for the spray, and that's going to be it. They are going to get the eliminations as RICO Infinity Team find another chicken dinner.
This has been excellent performances here for RICO Infinity Team. And I was mentioning how, this is a team that has pulled it back, at least on the killing front, and just decided to play a little bit more smart, try and get those 4 players towards the end of the game. And yes, it was awkward, but now it seems they've really felt their stride. And they were striding that last game, literally running it down in those final moments with the 4 players they had on board. Quite quiet for a long, long time, and then unleashing the beast in those last few seconds. So, beautiful stuff to RICO Infinity Team. Good stuff to Fate as well. I felt like they did a similar type of play towards their side of the map. Unfortunately, they had to run downhill, and RICO Infinity Team had so much terrain to play with.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the simplest of situations for them, but a great game all round. I think that was probably one of the nicer end games that we've seen so far on a Sanhok. I think that it was well played by the people who won it, and all credit to RICO Infinity Team. Let's take a look at the match rankings, see how many points they're able to get on the game in our final Sanhok of this Super Weekend. 29 points, a great game for RICO Infinity Team. Fate able to rack up 20, and that's going to be Galaxy Racer with another middling entry of 10 points.
Still, it is 10 points on the cards, which is more than what you need, really. KURD scored with 11 points as well, so another bad game from them. Cryptics kind of fell apart in those last moments, unfortunately. Most of their points coming from the placement points. But yeah, RICO Infinity Team, you can see them up there, 15 placement points to 14 kills. A really great round there on Sanhok. And I mean, 14 kills, I know you might feel like, oh, Sanhok is like just a hectic map. Surely you should be getting more like 17 kills, and that's a good game. No, Sanhok really is one of those games where it's all about living. So if you can get 14 kill points and stay alive without being third party towards the end of the game, RICO Infinity Team have done a phenomenal job. Coming into our second page, John, iKURD Esports dropping down just a little bit, 4 points.
And KURD K12 as well. I mean, 3 points on the game. It's a reoccurring trend, and you have to worry for them. YaLLa down on 0, which is, again, not what you want to see from a team that has started to have that sort of an upswing. It's going to be a little bit of a confidence knock, potentially, but hopefully they can come back. We've got one more game to play today in the thick of it all. Road to Glory on 3 points as well. And, that's kind of expected. Lusail going down with 3. Let's take a look at the MVP rankings for this match. See who was the heaviest hitter in the lobby. And look at that, a clean sweep for RICO Infinity Team.
Yeah, everyone's put in the work from RICO Infinity Team here. I don't really feel like there is a loose bolt in this team, to be quite honest with you. Everyone seems to be quite squeaky clean. Everyone does their job nicely. SK Ton, though, doing a ton of damage, actually, 850 total, which is very, very nice on a map like this. And it was a very fast game as well, 21 minutes 53. Finishing that game out nice and speedily. None of this waiting around for the final circle stuff. Just get it over and done with. Get that win out of the pocket.
I feel like because there was so much open ground in that final circle, I mean, that's why it ended a little bit faster. And of course, it's Sanhok. It's fast and it's fun. Let's go over to the overall rankings after that game. Going into our final game of this Super Weekend, Galaxy Racer break that 200-point barrier. They're now on 208 points. Sat, nearly 70 points in the lead. That's 69 points in the lead ahead of KURD Squad on 137.
And RICO Infinity Team having a really standout Super Weekend.
71 points in the lead. I lied.
That's all good. Don't worry about it. RICO Infinity Team having a really standout Super Weekend on their final day here. Agreed. With 2 winner chicken dinners. I believe both of those from today. 14 matches, obviously with 77 placement points, which is very, very nice. Second highest on this page, following Galaxy Racers with their phenomenal 123. And honestly, just 1 point behind KURD Squad, who have swept up that second place with some fairly consistent games in the past.
I mean, RICO Infinity Team started the day in 11th place, and now they're all the way up there towards the top of the tables. Fantastic stuff from them. And then we get the second page here, and it looks like not too much is shuffled around on this page. Cryptics jumping up a little bit, I believe, after that game, but really not too much to write home about. Still 83 points on a super weekend so far. It's not the end of the world. And in fact, it's a pretty decent result.
It's a very decent result, actually. So I'm happy to see it. Realistically, a lot of these teams, we were saying that, you know, it's so close towards the top of the tables that anything can change in these final moments. It really is like someone gets a big win, bang, they're at the top of the table. Someone else gets a big win, bang, they're at the top of the table. And you can easily fall as easily as you can jump up, with Galaxy Racers out with 203 points. It clears 70 points ahead of everyone else right now. So beautiful stuff coming through from a lot of these teams. Everyone's really striving to be the best in this lobby at the moment, and it's really good to see that no one is down and out as of yet.
Yeah, no one just yet has had their number up. We're going to be going for one more game today, one more game for this super weekend as well. And we're going to be going for one more between the match break as well. We'll see you in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. The last game's still yet to come.
Mr. DJ.
Well, the Super Weekend is almost at a close here for the Pro League Arabia. My name is John Allen.
Good.
With me is Blank. And of course, upgrade performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East, and Africa Esports 2021. We're going to be getting into game number 5 of the day, game number 15 so far of the Super Weekend as well, with Galaxy Racer still maintaining their lead. Who is going to be up there to try and take them down? It feels like they have faltered just a little bit, but that gap seems almost insurmountable.
Yeah, I mean, the gap is ridiculous at the moment towards the 70 points. And again, we're playing the game of how quickly can Blank eat food between these breaks. I managed to have a curry this time over the 5 minutes.
Ooh,
and I'm really
curry.
impressed with myself. Yeah, because I've got no curry on my face. But, you know, we've got the spicy mouth right now. But it's all good. I can still make this happen. I've been having curry since I was like 4 years old, man. It's what I do. But yeah, getting into the game right now. Oh, I probably should do, but you know, we like to keep things spicy, just like these games, which are coming up very soon. Erangel, a happy day to be going back to Erangel because you know it's the tried and true. We like this map a lot. I feel like we'll see some massive consistency from some of these teams. I'd love to see RICO Infinity team keep it up. It feels like Erangel's where the map is a little bit more janky than other ones. We don't see them do too well on this one. But KURD squad, I think it's high time that they get themselves a chicken dinner on this map because they've been really gunning for it for quite a while. It's just not quite, you know, worked out for them in those final moments. So we'll see what happens.
I mean, you know, fair enough. You sometimes you just got to try and keep it going. And even if you aren't getting the wins, right? This is what we're talking about. I mean, it's great. You get $1,000, you get those 15 placement points, but in the long run, what you're looking at is keeping up an average. And even if you're hitting certain second place, sure, let's go with that. Certain second place, then you're still getting a lot of points on board toward those averages, and that is going to see you right. It's going to see you towards the top of the tables, and a top team can be a team that just consistently places 2nd through 5th, right? You don't even have to win to be in that top spot.
Well, I mean, you saw a classic example of that. That's my thinking face, by the way, guys. It's so unintentional as well. I look up into my brain, which is where I keep most of my knowledge, actually. In little,
it's like Hikaru of playing chess.
Yeah. But yes, what we most recently saw that on was actually PMWI, which is where we saw Valdez the Murder, who were, well, just Valdez, in fact, sorry, that's an old name for them. But Valdez had such an incredible set of performances, not because every single game was a chicken dinner, but because every single game was a first through 5th place in placement points. And it literally became so awful towards the end because like no one was going to catch up because no matter if they lost some fights, they were making it towards the end of the game and just clawing back those points.
Right. I mean, it's the difference between getting a burger meal and getting 20 nuggets, right? Like that's eventually those nuggets can start to add up and become more substantial, maybe even than the main thing. But let's head into the final game for our final chicken dinner, still yet to be awarded. Let's take a look at what we've got in store. Looks like the planes coming from Lipovka all the way up to Zaki in the top left.
It does, and we're going to be getting ourselves straight into it. So you're very right, John. Beautiful stuff from you. You've got a good eye on you, I'll tell you that. Lipovka, through to Zaki, RTG, straight out the plane. Quickly looking on the other side of the screen, and things have not changed much at all. Lord still on top with a hefty 6k damage. I've not actually looked at that before, but he is really pumping out numbers, isn't he? And it certainly seems that they deserve to be 70 points ahead of everyone else right now. Caliga still in 5th place, and Fate Esports with Life. I think that Life needs a right clap on the back at the end of the Super Weekend. Someone needs to buy this man a drink, be it Ribena or whatever else he needs or he wants. I don't know. It depends what he likes to drink, really. Just ask him. That would be the correct decision. Going into this game, though, our RICO Infinity team up towards Severny. KURD squad still heading towards Stalberg Commission.
No one really branching out too far. NASR, are they going to be going back to basics? I think they might be. South and North Georgia a little bit more accessible, and actually a lot more teams going to be dropping there. YaLLa, notably, as well as Fate. We're looking to try and claim that territory. The circle very central, no military base to be seen.
No, not yet. And I think most teams are pretty happy about this. There's been a few awkward games at the moment. I think all these teams are just hands together praying, please not Rostock, please not Rostock, please not Rostock. Because that would be a really sucky ending, to be honest with you. Because I think you can play field endings towards Gatka pretty efficiently, and you can figure out what you need to do in those situations too. Oh yeah, give him the rundown. Ooh, he's giving you the slip.
Ooh.
The trees are really the ultimate defeater of vehicles, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, solid objects tend to be pretty good. Don't kill me on the paper bag. I mean, that's... I love it.
Very
I love that view. Great stuff there.
Yeah. I'm just a paper bag. Do not run over. I feel like paper bags is what people spend most of the time running out there, actually. So you're gonna have to get out of there. You're asking for trouble with that one.
I feel like the number of paper bags has sharply declined over the years.
Whereas it should have sharply increased, right?
I don't know.
Well, actually, yeah, because we've got all these biodegradable.
Oh no! If he'd have just kept going, he might have had it. Oh, but he's got the gun, he's got the pistol, and popped some shots. But there's a bigger gun. Oh no! Oh no! Wanted. Trying to find some damage, but
look,
the shotgun
Dad,
for the
get him.
Yes.
That's the nasty man.
My dad could beat up your dad, and he's going to try and pop the shots over towards the motorbike. Looking for a bit of a flush there. Going to hold around 9 shells left in the back. He has to go for something here. They're going to swarm all over, actually playing distraction and go for the punch. Oh dear, the backup's good. They're going to be able to get 2 kills for it. That is disastrous there. Coming through from YaLLa. They've lost 2 very early.
That is so funny.
It's very funny.
Yeah, that's the man that said I look like kind of weird head. Kill him.
Get him.
Oh, okay. That was a very good start to the game. You know, you always have good Erangels here at PMPL Arabia. Youssef gonna get out of there, along with his buddy Banda. iKURD Esports chilling, making a killing. They're down Underwater City. You know, I don't have to do too much right now. You can just chill out. This circle. What's that Underwater City? Always a little bit awkward to loot, really. It's a lot of dragging your feet.
A lot of time spent doing not much, really. But we'll see how far they can shuffle in the preceding moments. iKURD Esports, they've been having a pretty good day today, I feel. I feel like they've been pretty aggressive, if memory serves. I feel like they aren't sort of taking things lying down, and they aren't dragging their feet.
No, I think that's a really good way of putting it. I don't think they're lying down at all. I think a team that does lie down a lot is ABIAH Esports. Who need to fix that phenomenon. But for iKURD, they tend to be very proactive in a lot of these late circles or even the initial circles, deciding where they want to play. Very much an edge team who forms into that aggressive sweeping team in those final moments of the match, which I like to see. It's probably one of my favorite play styles. Na'Vi used to do it the best for about 2 games, and then that stopped, sadly.
Just tested the trigger there. Get rid of the door. Okay, fair enough. Doesn't want to open it.
I hate that door.
It's a terrible door. Worst door.
That's the door that called me nasty names.
Nice one.
Sorry.
He called me a Jim Bob. That's not my name.
He said my grip was rubbish on the doorknob. Get him.
Get him, Don. Get out of there. Goodness me. But
I think what I'm most interested in, John, is I'd love to see some stats for these guys. Specifically team stats, I think. Just to know how many kills a piece each player's got from each team. Because I really do think that, how many was it, 21, 22 kills for Life? It is quite the ridiculous amount of kills for Fate. I think he is having the lion's share of kills for this team right now.
Going to be gobbling them down. Hungry as a hippo, I think.
Hungry as a horse.
Hungry as a horse, but then I thought, you know what?
I know.
Hungry as a hippo.
I think horses are pretty hungry. I see. Whenever I see them, I'm always eating grass. The greedy things.
Blancate's horses confirmed. You heard it here.
Well, to be fair, they used to chase me.
Did they?
Yeah.
What, all the
Not
horses?
all horses, of course.
All horses were chasing you.
Yeah, just all horses.
All horses in the world were all running at you for a solid 3 years.
Yeah. Well, you can see why I would like them, wouldn't you?
Yeah, that's fair enough.
They're like the type of animal that in fact, they're like vibes. Like, if they see you, they're gonna mess with you, and for no apparent reason either.
It happens.
It does. It does happen.
Yeah, you know. It happens.
Wow! Wow! You see
What?
him do that?
What?
Like,
What's
bunny
happened?
hopped
What's he done?
across the top of the car.
Yeah, he's just
That's
he's
pretty
just
neat.
he's just vibing.
It's pretty neo, but he did take damage doing it, so it looked cool. Was it efficient? No.
Maybe not. Perhaps not. Either way, Triple Vibes get a decent spread on the current position. They have some good loot coming on board, and they'll be just fine for now. How many fights are they going to take? It's anyone's guess.
At least one.
More. Well, I feel like everybody takes at least one fight, right?
I know.
It's
That's what I'm
guaranteed.
saying. I feel
Unless
like
you do a
that's
full
good
pacifist
call.
run. I feel like we've yet to see a full pacifist run in PUBG Mobile.
No, we have. We have seen.
In competitive esports, anyway.
I think so.
What, with someone with no kills as won a game?
Oh, no kills, no
A
damage.
team with no kills. Well, no fights, right?
Yeah, no fights. Because I mean, you could probably win a game. You might be able to win a game by doing a heal off strat, right?
Right, but that's what I'm saying, right? I don't think we've seen that with 0 kills. There might have been a Vikendi heal off at some point that might have gone that way, but I'm not entirely sure. I'd have to scrub through the entirety of the history books, but
Don't
we'll see.
remind me of Vikendi.
Talk not of this frozen wasteland.
This place disgusts me.
Well, it's a pretty decent... I feel like this is a nice circle. It certainly doesn't disgust me. I feel like this is a pretty kind circle. It's got a lot of area where people are familiar with the rotations, and people are going to be able to play on their best game.
I mean, this is probably one of my favorite circles, and I think it's actually quite a regular circle in our competitive esports, because we see so many times people dropping down towards Q, which is what RICO and the team are doing right now. And it's a lot of scouting, because, you know, Everest gives you that capability. Play around fields, got yourself a nice little compound there. You got to be careful with your driving. It's all in all one of those areas on the map where it's a lot about that caution game. How careful you want to be, and if you are careless, you get punished for it. And that's my favorite part of PUBG Mobile, you know, is if you make a mistake, you lose for it. I feel like on some other areas of the map, you can make a mistake and get away with it. But here, in this area, it's a very fair playing field. You do bad, you die, essentially.
Do bad, die. That's. I mean, that
good.
kind of makes sense. But sometimes it's
win.
difficult to. It's kind of difficult to like trace back those roots of the problem, because it can be a mistake that you make in minute, say 15, that comes back to bite you in minute 22, or something along those lines. And sometimes it's very difficult to pinpoint what that is. And I mean, that's the value of a good coach, of a good IGL, who's able to review that, an analyst team behind you that's able to look at where those problems are and what the mistake was that sort of forced it.
Yeah. I think that I could do the analysis on that, though, so it's fine.
Sure.
Maybe one day. Maybe.
I mean,
one
for the
day
players. I mean, for the players, right? I mean, not for the
Yeah,
players.
that's true. That's true.
We're fully
For us,
equipped to
it's
deal
a
with
bit-
it, but
Yes, technically. But yeah, maybe one day I'll do some analysis for some teams. Perhaps.
nice.
It's quite a lot of work, though, isn't it? Really.
Yeah, it really is. Goodness me. It
Yeah.
really is.
I've tried coaching before. I coached Overwatch. I don't know if I told you.
You coached
I
me.
coached
at
you. Yeah.
I don't think you told me. No.
No, sorry. Anyway, that was rough. I wasn't great at it.
To be fair, we were pretty bad. But let's not go into our history and competitive play in different games. It's not going to go
True,
well. But
true.
YaLLa, they're down to 2 players from an earlier scuffle. Fate not going to let Sleeping Dogs lie. They want more. They want to finish and chew down to the bone. Yusuf around the window, spotted the off angle, and Fate starting to close the trap here. Very difficult to deal with, but Venom gets taken down on the side, and nade in. Could prove to be tricky. Bandar still alive, but different buildings for YaLLa means that they can't back each other up right now. The nade is great, and it's going to find Bandar now. They know where Yusuf is. They can start to move on forwards, and Fate going to be actually looking to flush out Bandar before anything else. Venom's still alive, and Fate can stay all 4 standing, and nade drop down to try and slow things down, to try and slow proceedings. Yusuf wondering what he can do here. Back into the building. The nade is great, and it's going to do a lot of damage to Lath, and he moves around, looks for the knock. The burn is good, but into the fire he is going to burn on down, and the res can come out. Fate wipe YaLLa.
I mean, it's a great play. I think they recognize that there really weren't many members within that building, and they just full sent for it. Soka heads off to the western side, though, so we're going to have very, very much flat Earth. We're going to have flat Earthers syndrome over on this side of the map, and no one's going to prove me otherwise in this situation, because it really is just a lot of fields. There's not a lot of rolling terrain over there, so vehicles can be really important going forward now, guys. So we're going to have to make sure that a lot of people have them on board. Twisted Minds, they've already got 4 sets, which is great. Well, 1 set of 4. Yes, that works. They have 4 sets of wheels.
Yeah?
I'm going inside.
I'll agree with that. I think so. I think so.
Yeah.
You know what? What's life without a bit of spice? That's why you had a curry.
That's true.
Why you're going insane.
Yeah.
It's all good, man. You know.
Yeah. Look, I'm just trying to tickle the membrane right now. Get my thinking hat on, which is actually
my membrane's thoroughly tickled. You know.
Oh, there you go. I hope it was useful. To be honest.
Sure. Let's go with that. Useful.
Yeah. Good. Anyway, Cryptics up towards the church side. This is just outside of ruins, so this is a happy spot to play in. I mean, it's a little bit difficult to push through because there can be teams around any corner, which is always a bit of an issue when you're pushing down on this side of the actual island. You do have to be very, very careful, which is why you can see Cryptics. I was going to say driving slowly. Is you put the foot to the gas there, but yeah, you drop into the bunkers now. Use this to dip in and out of. John will tell you that it's bad because there's grenades that can come into it, which is very true, which is why you can't really stick around there for very long. It's great for that moments when you need to grab info.
Well, I would have told you, but you already did it. I mean, fantastic. Great stuff.
Yeah, got you. The Thought Thief strikes again.
Oh, no. He's stolen my thinks. Oh, dear. Fate, they're still in their compound, still trying to hold on down, obviously down to 3. Cryptics with the oversight here on the northern side of the next zone as it pushes people in towards one another. As I said before, though, this zone in general is quite kind to pretty much everyone. It allows people to play a nice strategic style. No one's really sort of hurrying across a river, across a massive estuary. It is a true test of IGL ability and firefight capability as well. And you love it. That's the sort of game that I really like to see and really enjoy watching here in PMPL Arabia. I feel like a lot of times, sometimes you get, well, I say a lot of times, sometimes that doesn't really make much sense, but sometimes you get those games where it's just those crossings that you don't want to make, or it's such open ground and it's just kind of obvious who wins. But then you get these games where it's really anyone's game. If they play it right, you can win.
Yeah, you're basically flattening the curve in terms of difficulty of terrain, which is really nice. And we're quite literally doing that as well as we head over to a little bit more of a flatter ground just outside of Pachinki. We do have some ridge lines to play around with. Honestly, yeah, this is a lovely ending. I think a lot of teams are going to be happy with this one. And you are right, it's going to be completely down to the IGLs and what kind of decisions they're going to make in the moments. RICO already lost Fadan. They're not getting him back up again. They were on the rotate towards compound, which is way more important than the one player in this situation, because now they can guard out Lusail, who are going to struggle to get over here. So in this situation, what most likely will happen is they'll rotate south and instead of taking this fight with RICO Infinity team, just try and duck down on the western side of the circle. Galaxy Racers, it's just Hamodi fighting K12 at the moment, so that's pretty amazing.
Seems to be going pretty well, though. Already 2 down and 2 on low HP as well. Rio looking to cook the nade. Hops up for a little bit of info. Has a nade to worry about at his feet as well, but there's more backup coming through from the Galaxy Racers. Rez is not quite there, and Rio goes down. Tiger now last standing. A nade threaded back on in. Hamodi might take a little bit of damage from that, but there's another nade, and they don't even need to see him to wipe him down. It's Galaxy Racers to take down K12.
God. Hamodi played that last bit so well because he threw one nade to the side but cooked it for a little bit longer and then instantly threw the nade to the right. So they were essentially going to go off just one after another. So a very, very nice play there in terms of tiered explosions. Lusail though, going against RT9. Twisted Minds off in the distance too. So this is a bit of pitched warfare over towards the northwest side of the circle where so many teams currently are playing. Jeez, I think we're going to see a lot of teams going down here, Joe.
Yeah, there's 5 teams in this area. Lusail were trying to fight off against RICO Infinity team. They took a break to just hold a hand out, say, Real Tiger 9, we're fighting here, do you mind? And now Twisted Minds are trying to come on into the backside as well for Lusail. But they're holding that off very nicely with Wanted lobbing those nades down the hill, trying to keep that suppression up. And Vickers goes down as the backstop for them. It's very, very difficult for them to operate in this location. A lot of knocks coming through, and you're right, I think we're going to see a lot of players going down on this northwestern edge.
Really, there's probably going to be 1 or 2 winners coming out of this one. RICO Infinity team's got a very nice position in the compound, and they can clearly try and pick up some of the third parties. But look at all these smokes, look at all the nades. Salam's trying to get some sick ones over the top side. Jigsaw, a decent one over towards Twisted Minds. Could be good, but it doesn't actually pick up anything as of yet. The smokes are so strong for RT now at the moment, but when those fade, it's going to get a little bit more tricky for Kabayashi at least.
Jigsaw trying to crawl his way in, has to hop up with the blue zone at the back. You need to make a move, but will fall. Twisted Minds holding out well against Real Tiger 9, as there's really no quarter given to their position. It's such a tricky spot for them to move on through. But in the meantime, Fate are feeling pretty good about their buildings, seeing what more they can do. Cryptics from the northern edge, probably a main threat right now, as the spray is good from Lusail. Wanted, able to take down one with the in the sidelines. Not really able to get too much done because of the smoke line, and will take another knock as well to Twisted Minds. Wadir going in is this solo presence now, as Wanted seems to have the bead from the off angle.
Only saving grace really is that anyone who wins this fight is going to be a really good position going forward because the circle shifted. And no one's in it. Vibes have got a compound, but they have to leave it. And there's no compounds in this final circle, so a lot of snakes they start to see. But again, there's roads, there's a little bit of a hill on the western side you can play around with. So realistically, anyone on this northern side can take it. But if I'm Vibes, I'm looking to move there right now and try and clean up this fight on the north.
Oh, big push is coming on through. RICO Infinity team trying to move on straight past. Lusail Esports nades great. Rip now the last player standing. And with 3 players right up in your face, you're not going to last too long. Real Tiger 9 eliminated. Over the top, it's Lusail to go down as well. And RICO Infinity team trying to sweep on down the hillside. But Cryptics, they're looking to follow in their footsteps. And they might just do the same to them. Putting off a little bit more than you could shoot potentially. But Wadir gets rattled. Goodness me and us, able to do the dirty. But only 2 players now standing for the squatters. Make that 1. They are falling like flies. Cryptics moving in behind them. And that is going to be the sweep. It was such a congested area. And with 4 players still standing, Cryptics make it out alive.
Yeah, Cryptics remain the kings of the third party. But we have a fight going down in our bottom right screen there. And our picture-in-picture, which we might just move over to. But I think that's iKURD Esports. Just been finished off there, yeah. Sure who that was for us KURD squad. I think it's just J9 in that building who was able to do some massive work. Vibes have finally moved to the position I said they were going to do, which is good. They still have some players behind though, which I'm a little bit questioning, but I think they're just looking off to the eastern side, making sure no one's going to marshal that crossing.
Yeah, taking damage as they try and regroup there. Fate popping shots over towards Cryptics. They know that there's a big threat from across the way, but they've got things to worry about at their back as well. ABIAH really not finding success on this crossing. And they are just going to go down and down and down as their health bars start to drop. Pretty difficult spot for them. But on the eastern side, I feel like that's the main thing. Look at this rotation coming in from towards the north side. I believe that to be It's not ABIAH. Who is that on the top side? I think that's NASR as
NASR.
well. They're going to be able to swing all the way around Fate's position and come in from a different angle. Road to Glory eliminated in the meantime.
So no one playing center here, which is good, because this means the Galaxy Racer aren't just rushing it into the circle anymore, so they've changed their playstyle a little bit. ABIAH, though, they're still remaining playing that game of, we're going to play center and try and get as many points as possible by just living as long as possible. Life has got some cheeky shots over towards Cryptics, but they have a good idea of where they are from across the way. Next circle going to pop. It can favour anyone, and it heads down towards Galaxy Racer's position, but also Fate Esports, who have been looking far better this Super Weekend.
Certainly starting to frag out. You can see their round kill leader. Ragnarok is on there. Only 2, though. At the moment, ABIAH still have kill lead in that top spot.
He's
Falcons.
accidentally shot him!
Oh, no. Oh, no. Well, either way, it doesn't matter how you do it, how you get it done. Falcons are going to go down. Galaxy Racer need to move a little bit further forward. So to Fate. And they're trying to control the ground in front of NASR, who swung all the way up and maybe kicking themselves for it.
Yeah, that's depressing. That's happened to me a fair few times, where, you know, someone's shooting at your down teammate, switches the spray a little bit to the right and gets you directly in the noggin. Now Vive's looking over towards Cryptics, who have got a knock onto them in the first place. Marshall has to run away with the vehicle, and Remon just does not hit those shots. Picks up Senke, back into the fray with them.
Doesn't even slow down too much either, which means that he's not going to be the easiest target to hit. Back behind a tree, you need that cover, because you got a side, broadside open. As KURD squad get eliminated on the south. Triple Vibes trying to move on in, but at the moment, Fate probably the best positioned to move into this next circle, but they've got so much to worry about with Galaxy Racer down the hill and Cryptic as well, looking to try and dismount them. NASR just moving through, trying to find something, anything that they can. Only 2 players alive.
That was a cheeky little drive-by there. Actually kept the players from Cryptics under so much pressure they couldn't really fire back. Now lobbing some nades, I believe, just to prevent them from moving too far forward. Yeah. And now Fate back again. 3 players still alive. Senke takes a huge chunk of damage from NASR. And so does Marshall. Ooh. Miracle now, last remaining.
Look at this. Fate, I believe they've got 3 left standing. At the moment, Triple Vibes, the only 4-player team. Sorry, Cryptics have 4 players up as well. As NASR get eliminated. Triple Vibes, I feel like they're in a pretty decent spot, actually. I said Fate might be the best spot to get in, but perhaps I'll have to eat my words. Triple Esports, in the meantime, throughout all of this chaos on the top of the hill, have been just ever so slowly moving in and taking ground. Great shots coming through from Galaxy Racer, though. Only 2 of them left standing, however.
Yeah, Hamodi's really causing a lot of problems for Fate at the moment, because Fate would love to cast their eyes down the hill to make something happen. Finally gets taken down. Ooh. That's going to give a lot of breathing room to the guys towards the top here, which is great news, because they have the hilltop, right? And they want to start causing problems to Triple Vibes, to Cryptics from that great position they have. But Hamodi's just basically ruined it for them, because they've not been able to capitalize on this fight going on between Triple Vibes and Cryptics.
Cryptics, I feel like, are probably one of the strongest spots, obviously, with Triple Vibes taking 2 knocks, taking casualties now. They are going to be the only team with all 4 players left up and standing. Azrael going down as well, going low. The nades coming back, and Cryptics actually taking punishment as well. This is great news for the teams across the way. Hamodi potentially looking to try and get this res up as well onto the teammate. But everybody's starting to hurt now.
Is it me, or does sometimes Cryptics just look like the best team in the lobby, and then other times just like the worst? It feels like when they're running it down at people, their gun skill is incredible. Unfortunately, there is just sometimes where we don't see that from them. But when they get in these last circles and they are feeling confident, boy, oh boy, they really put on a show for us.
Reses did start to come through, and when all the dust settles, it's Cryptics with the numbers advantage. They have the information on positions as well, and nades can start to fly yet again. Fate up the top, have 3 alive. They have some oversight as well. But is it as good as a player? Is it as good as that? El Chapo able to find 1, but it's given back as well. Damage being spotted in as it's going every which way. Fate might be able to capitalize on this chaos, and so might Galaxy Racer, who did manage to get both of their players up and standing. In the meantime, Triple Vibes down to 1.
Cryptics will have to move up towards Fate's position. Galaxy Racers, like you say, still alive here. Lobbing nades mid-air. So the arc is pretty close. Cryptics, I think, are just trying to flush out this final player from Triple Vibes at the moment. Toxin with the run around. Amori takes a fair bit of damage, but Ralph...
Oh, he's going to be able to turn around and get the shots down, the spray down towards the top of the hillside. They get the flush as well. Fate down to 2. Galaxy Racer's position known. Toxin trying to sneak past, trying to sneak this one in. Cryptics with 10 kills so far.
It's a huge game for Cryptics. I think that chance at Fate winning the game now has kind of slipped through the fingers, though, after losing that player to Galaxy Racer, which is such a harsh punishment. And Senke, I think, spots one of Fate's players as well, takes down Venom. Goodness me. Triple Vibes down, that's Galaxy Racer still alive. They need a fair few knocks on the side of Cryptics to even make this one happen. A few nades would be excellent.
Oh, Hamodi, these are nicely placed, actually. Might just be able to find some damage, maybe onto Marshall. No, they get away from it. 2 players still alive for Galaxy Racer. Fate left with 1. Lath up top. Doesn't have too much left in the back pocket, but needs to be careful. Doesn't want to strike too soon. Potentially play spoiler to Galaxy Racer and ladder up with a couple more points, but healing now needing to come through.
The fact of the matter is, once they're crawling up this hill, their heads will show. Just kind of the issue for them. Plus, nades will roll back down towards them, so nading anyone up this hill is going to be difficult without getting the pin drop extremely well. Galaxy Racer will have to hit some nutty nades to make this happen versus Cryptics, but I don't see it happening.
There goes the spray. Lath goes down, and that is going to be Fate eliminated. Now, Galaxy Racer 2 versus 4 up the top of the hill. The points leader, but Cryptics seem to be on a tear. 12 kills so far, and I think they want to swing out and ride strong. Nades back and forth. One gets run down, and it's the double-double. Oh, my goodness me. What a way to close it out. Cryptics get the rundown, and what a way to close out the Super Weekend. A double car run over.
I mean, it's the ghost car as well, because no one's even in it at that point. Perhaps maybe you could get in the car and drive away, but I don't think that's running through anybody's minds in those final moments. Incredible ending to that game from Cryptics. Like I said, once these guys get a little bit of confidence on board, damn, they make it look really good. But other times they make it look quite bad, in fact. But this game was one of those good games where they looked absolutely crispy in those final moments.
Well, that's the final moments, not only of the game, not only of the day, but of this Super Weekend, of course. Let's take a look at the match rankings from this final game of the day. We'll pull those on up and check out the points here. Cryptics topping the tables, 29. That's a slobber knocker. Galaxy Racer, 19 points. Yet again, they've been putting up solid results here in the latter half of today. Fate Esports as well, really starting to step up.
That they are. Honestly, that is Cryptic's second win as well. So good stuff for them. That'll be $2,000 won just this Super Weekend. So very, very nicely played. And like you said, Galaxy Race is continuing to put up those good performances. Fate Esports, happy with their performance there. I think the rotations were nice. They got a little bit unfortunate going up against Galaxy Racers, who just hit an incredible shot from Ralph, to be quite honest with you. And Triple Vibes taking that 4th spot and 13 points. So weird that, Triple Vibes are in this 4th spot, even though that fight between Cryptics, Fate, as well as Galaxy Racers just happened for so long.
YaLLa end it on a poor note as well there. They're going down with 0 points. The same story for K12. And that's not what you want to see if you're a fan of either of those two teams. Not the greatest way to end things out, but still a lot of points earned so far on the weekend. They should be okay to keep on moving forward. So let's take a look at the MVPs for this game. See who was going to be topping the tables. And look at that, El Chapo with 7 kills, 870 damage done. Senku bringing it up second, 811 damage. That's a pretty solid record.
It is a very solid record, in fact. Life with 4 kills as well, 785 damage. Honestly, Life has really been playing the game of his life during this Super Weekend for Fate Esports. Really dragging the team, kicking and screaming towards that finish line. So we love to see it from a player like this, who's really able to do so much work for the team itself. Beautiful stuff for them. But yeah, Senko and El Chapo really putting in some great numbers there for Cryptics.
Yeah, able to do a lot for the team. Let's take a look at the overall standings with those points added up. The first Super Weekend has come to a close, and at the top, surprise, surprise, it's Galaxy Racer. 227, able to do so much this weekend. 15 matches found. That is an excellent position to find yourself in. They should be basically secure, getting into, I think, probably the finals at this stage, even with just this one super weekend. I can't imagine that anyone will be able to strike out and dethrone them, or certainly the number of teams that would need to be able to take them down. But I'm expected to see them back again next week. Fate Esports finished things out in second, and I think rightly so. They've managed to clamber all the way up after starting out with not such an illustrious performance. They had 3 second places in the first 2 days, and now they got so many more points on today's games. But it's not all sunshine and rainbows. I mean, they had 14th and 13th places as well. A great climb coming through from them.
Second page here, Cryptics with 112 points. You can see this team is clearly ahead of everyone else when it comes to kill points. 60 points there, just gathered alone for the kill points. So yeah, Cryptics, once they get rolling, they certainly start to fly down that hillside. So I love the team. And I think that if they can continue to play well and trying to kind of figure out these rotations early on, they could do fantastically. Because in my opinion, Cryptics, they are the king of the third party, and they will continue to be so in the Super Weekend until they change their mind on that fact. But yeah, very good stuff for them. And I think that, you know, you watch a game like that on Erangel and see Cryptics do so well just running it down. You just want to see them perform. You want to see them do that more often because it's very fun.
For sure. Absolutely. I mean, it's always great to see teams improving and becoming better than their former selves, emerging as a phoenix from their own ashes. I mean, that's always what you love to see. But as it stands, Galaxy Racer seeming to be the loudest cawing phoenix of them all. They didn't even really have any ashes, to be fair. So maybe it's
the biggest phoenix.
They're just this big old albatross that's just
he's well muscly.
He's ripped, mate. Honestly, shredded.
Ripped
have you ever seen a ripped phoenix? It's scary, man.
It does sound scary. Like he's got like a little bald fist as well.
Forks could never. What can I say? But we are going to be taking it. Have you got any final thoughts before we close things out, actually, Blank?
I do, yes. I was waiting for this. I was going to drop them in if we didn't have it. Anyway, it's been lovely being on PMPL Arabia because, you know, I think this is mine and John's last broadcast on PMPL Arabia. So thank you very much, you guys, for having us. We really appreciate you. And again, we'll say it once more. Stay safe, stay happy, keep watching the games because there's more to come in the future. And stick around for that grand final because it's going to be very fun. But we hope to see you guys soon on a different broadcast somewhere else. For the time being, we'll leave you with everyone else covering this beautiful show who are doing a great job also.
Yeah, they're doing fantastically. It's been a pleasure so far to be part of this show and to watch Galaxy Racers wipe the floor with so many of the other teams. We'll have to keep track of just what is going on with them. Of course, they've been on a larger stage before. We'll see if they can do it again. Still got a way to go, though. We'll see you guys next time.
Mr. D. Like this. Yeah.